in muscular. Fight on.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, Hustler and Muscular in the building. I'm here to drop more facts that are never whack, and you know me, I'm always on track. Shout out to everyone in the building here to listen to me speak. Because, yeah, I got an interesting topic to talk about today. Oh, by the way, before I forget, like, comment, and subscribe. And here's the information to my cash app. If y'all interested in donating, that's the link to my cash app. Okay, hold on just a second. All right, I'm back. Once again, welcome to the panel. Hope you like the channel. Now let's get it lit up in here like a candle. And before I proceed with the topic, I have one other message to put out there.
Like, comment, and subscribe, because it's just what the doctor prescribed.
All right. Now let's get into this topic. We're talking about how the sisterhood is a lie. Or as I call it, the sisterhood ain't about shit. And to headline this, we're going to talk about the Simone Biles and Jonathan Owens situation. Now, first off, people wonder what exactly is the sisterhood. Generally speaking, the sisterhood is a group of girls who consider themselves so close that they call themselves sisters. In a similar vein to the brotherhood, a group of guys that are so close that they consider themselves brothers. That's the more definitive definition of the sisterhood. But like every other term out there, the sisterhood has taken on a whole nother meaning. Now the sisterhood are just a bunch of women who, whether they love each other or not, band together. They band together to accomplish something or some sort of common cause, especially if it involves going after a man or going after other women that don't fall in line with the so-called sisterhood. Nowadays, a sisterhood is just a bunch of women who believe feminine ideologies, believe that men are inferior, and they'll do anything in their power to make men look and feel bad. And they're often against anything that doesn't favor women. And it's not just men who are victims of the sisterhood, it's women too. I hear women who are married or in relationships talk about the sisterhood be coming for them. They talk about how the sisterhood is always calling them mammies or pygmies because they know how to cater to a man. They know how to make a man feel appreciated. Not just any man, but a good man. And my guess is the sisterhood is so bitter because of their previous bad experiences with men. Well, we don't know the context of their situations, but we can safely say that not everyone who's went every bad experience is not going to apply to everybody. You know, just because this woman went through a bad experience with a man, it doesn't mean that her girlfriend gonna go through the same thing. Hold on a second. Okay, as I was saying, just because these women went through some bad experiences, they think that all men are trash, all men are this, that, and the third, down with them. And they have this narrative that relationships should work more in a woman's favor instead of it being a balanced dynamic that works in favor of the man and the woman. So anytime the sisterhood sees a traditional relationship, they think that, oh, she's a slave. She's being controlled by her dictator of a husband. Bullshit like that. So yeah, that's what the sisterhood has become nowadays. They cannot be happy for traditional women being just that, being traditional. They just can't be happy with that. They feel like everything should be about them. If it's not a Russell Wilson Sierra dynamic, then it's not going to work. If it's not the man constantly catering to the woman, giving the woman whatever the hell she wants, even if she doesn't deserve it, they got a problem with that. So yeah, the sisterhood will tell you almost anything and everything just to sabotage your relationship with a good man. And a lot of times they're usually angry, bitter, single, can't keep a man to say them lies, tell you their lies. Yes, they can get a man pretty easily, but when it comes to keeping a man, that's where they tend to have the issue. They have a major issue when it comes to keeping a man, but they can get a man to sleep with them. So now when they see other women getting married, the few that are getting married, yeah, they have a problem with that. They tend to have a problem with that. And that's the sad thing about it. It's supposed to be a sisterhood where the women come together with common causes and it's supposed to be there and support one another. But as we learned over the decades, that was all a lie. And to further insinuate this point, anybody remember what happened to Shaquilla Robinson a couple years ago? Yeah, she went to New Mexico with some of her girlfriends. They beat her up and left her for dead. Yeah, that's what happened. That's the sisterhood for you. I mean, it's nothing to laugh at. Don't get me wrong, but that's just sad. That's tragic. That's a prime example of the sisterhood. People you think are your goddamn friends are really out to get you. And that's the dynamic of the so-called sisterhood. And with Shaquilla Robinson, it's like the red flags were there. They were looking at her some kind of way, saying things behind her back. But you know, these are the same kind of women that would deal with Pookie and Ray Ray despite having felonies up the ass and running the streets every day. So of course they're going to ignore red flags even from their own sisters, even from other women. So yeah, Shaquilla did not deserve what happened to her. I don't believe she did anything to deserve that. They just got drunk and they started beating on her. I guess it's out of jealousy, but that lets you know what the sisterhood is truly about. Ladies, them same females calling them y'all friends probably ain't your friends for real, for real. I mean, sure to come to your rescue when it comes to bringing down a man, but when it's all said and done, they're gonna go back to hating each other after all that. It's kind of like how that girl they used to pick on you in high school. Now she's coming to your rescue 10 years later when she feels like you're being oppressed by something. So yeah, that's just crazy. That shit is just crazy. So yeah, the sisterhood is kind of a lie. Because the true definition of a sisterhood is, like I said, is women who come together. They care, they honor and respect each other, and they more or less have common interests, common goals, and common values. But we don't get that anymore. They're just women that you occasionally associate with just for the fun of it. They don't like you for real, but they'll come. But again, they'll come to your rescue when it comes to taking down a man, or worst come to worst, if you're doing something that goes outside the sisterhood dynamic, such as being an independent boss chick, making your own money, using men for sex, money, and sex, whatever you want from them, and not committing to them, then they have a problem. If you're not into that dynamic, they're gonna have a problem with that. And that's what the sisterhood has been doing for some decades now. That's exactly what the sisterhood has been doing for some decades. Them same chicks you think are your friends be the main ones sabotaging you. Another example of the sisterhood working against a man is Let's say you're in a relationship with a good man and you bring him up to your girlfriends and your girlfriend's saying stuff like, no, don't let that man control you. Don't, you ain't that man's slave. Let him get his own food or pick up his own clothes. And here you are trying to be a traditional wife. Those girls are not your friends. They're just mad because they ain't got a man to do that for them. They ain't got a man to go home to. Even if they do, he's probably some ain't shit nigga that they just settle for. So you got to consider those aspects. I had a young lady tell me that when she got engaged, her friends are asking questions like, oh, are you sure about that? Did you live your best life? Bullshit like that. Because I guess they didn't want to see her happy. Whatever the case may have been, I don't know. They did not want to see this young lady happy. So yeah, that kind of stuff does happen. Now you may think now the brotherhood more or less works the same. So I think the brotherhood, there's a little bit more unity. With the brotherhood, it's way more unity. Yeah, she gonna have them fakes and snakes out there throw your ass under the bus over a woman. Yeah, they're out there. But for the most part, I know that the brotherhood tends to be a little bit stronger. I mean, the sisterhood, so they say sisters before misters. We say bros before hoes. Sisters before misters mean that your sisterhood is going to come before any and every man out there. That includes your husband, that includes your boyfriend, that includes any man in your life. But when we men say bros before hoes, we're talking about we're not going to sacrifice our brotherhood for some 304 type shit. That's basically what that means. Our brothers are more important to us than some shit that wants to be for the streets. Now, granted, there are some men out there who are just sleazy, conniving, disrespectful, and they will toss you under the bus. So it's not a complete fact. The brotherhood is no more perfect than the sisterhood, but I know that the brotherhood is going to be a little bit more unity there. I mean, you don't see too many men sabotaging their friends' relationships. It happens, don't get me wrong, but I see this mostly with the ladies. I see it mostly with the ladies. I don't hear too many men griping about, their best friend got a wife or a girlfriend. Me personally, I support it. If my best friend get married, I'm all for it. I will support the both of them. I'll be there for the both of them. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not gonna be that guy that's like, oh, why you simping for this woman? Oh, why you trying to dominate her and all this kind of stupid? I ain't got time for no bullshit like that. No, that is not my style. I have no problem with that, honestly. But yeah, and to headline this situation, later on, I'm going to talk about the Simone, Biles, and Jonathan Owens situation. I'm pretty sure people heard about that. The short version, Jonathan Owens met her on a dating app or whatever. She responded back, drove out to see him, and the rest is history. I'm not going to give away the whole thing because I have videos showcasing that, but that's going to be the headliner. And you're going to see why I decided to use this as the headliner. But yeah, the sisterhood is basically a lie. It's not what you think it is. It's just a group of women who are angry, bitter, single, and like the old saying goes, misery loves company. So they want to be in the presence of other women who are probably just as miserable as they are. Let one of them get into a relationship. Now they're out the sisterhood, or they'll do anything just to sabotage said relationship. It's a complete clusterfuck. It really is. Okay, everybody in the back listening. All right, I'm gonna get this. I gotta take care of something real quick, but I'm gonna get everything set up to showcase my videos that go into further detail on this topic. Okay, give me a few minutes and I'll be right back. This will not take long, I promise you. Okay, I'm back. Sorry that took so long. I had to take care of some shit in this house. Ugh. Sorry that took so long. But the show must go on. Hopefully there'll be no more interferences from this point on. Let's just pray that there'll be no more interference. I want to make this a very interesting show. All right. Let's get into our first video. Hold on a second. All right, let's get into our first video. Oh yeah, and shout out to my homegirl Dee Dee for this one. She said, "Why the sisterhood is failing and men are leaving." For those that don't know Dee Dee, well, if you do, well, now you know. If you don't know, now you know. Please like, comment, subscribe to her channel because damn, she makes pretty good comment. Shout out to my homegirl Dee Dee for this. We're talking about why the sisterhood is failing and men are leaving. Let's hear what she has to say. And what?
So we're gonna get into this, Kendra G. Then I'm gonna put the
fair use, people, fair use.
To give your 2 cents. I'm gonna try not to keep y'all too long today, y'all. My daughter's birthday is tomorrow, so I'm not gonna keep y'all too.
Oh, by the way, happy belated birthday to your daughter, Dee Dee. If I didn't already say it on the stream.
Long, okay. So I want to get into this Kendra G video. Hit the like button, get the likes up, y'all. Hey girl, you ready? Girl, you been here before?
Yeah, a while ago, but today's a new day. How you doing, beautiful?
A while ago. How long ago was that? Just asking.
What was it?
Maybe a month ago.
A month ago. Oh, that was not that long ago.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have an update in a month?
Huh? No, what you said?
You have an update?
Yeah, I got some good stuff that happened for me.
Okay, what's your name, honey?
My name is Sierra.
Sierra? And where you calling me from again?
Me?
I can see you. Where you calling me from, honey?
I'm from Brooklyn.
Brooklyn? How old are you?
Shout out to Brooklyn.
Well, I can't hear you. How old am I? 34. Yeah. 34.
Do you have any kids?
7.
Do you really have 7 too?
7? Are you fucking serious? Did this chick just say she got 7 kids? The price ain't right. The price ain't right. She has 7 kids. Okay, let's see where this is going. Fair use, fair use.
But I don't know why I keep saying 7. Sorry. 5.
Okay, first you say 7, then you say 5. Make up your goddamn mind, please. Ugh. Anyways, fair use. Oh, let's hear what Dee Dee has to say about this.
She don't remember how many children she have, child.
Wow.
Okay. 11. I got 2 7 years old and 2 3-year-olds. They were twins.
Wait,
so I'm not a hoe. I got pregnant 3 times.
You're not a hoe, but you got pregnant 3 times. Was it by the same guy or different men? If it's about different men, then yeah, that means you're for the streets. I'm just saying.
Okay, they're all about the same men.
And that pause says it all. You could have just said yes or no immediately, but that pause, that told the story for me.
In my mind.
In your mind.
It don't matter. Okay, I'm gonna be real. So no.
How many men?
What?
How many men?
How many men?
How many you think? Don't try to gag me either.
Answer the goddamn question.
Excuse me, because you're taking a long time to answer.
Okay, I'm
gonna assume 3. Yeah, I've seen this a lot.
3 men. So she got pregnant 3 times by 3 different men.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Shout out to the Godfather. My God. Let me know in the comments what you think of this bullshit. Oh my God. Okay, let's see. Fair use, fair use.
This is the type of people I grew up with. Like, come on, this is
Really, Dee Dee? You grew up with these kind of people? I don't know how you survived it, but I'm proud of you, my girl. I'm proud of you. Let's see. Fair use.
how they act. I'm just saying. You know, she hesitating because she knows it's embarrassing. And so this is how it was. You have, you girls, you got your baby girl. Mm-hmm. And you know, the dude who was the resident, you know, drug dealer was the daddy, and he had like 15 children. So this is this type of behavior I've seen growing up, and there's no thoughts of or possibilities in their mind of actually getting a husband first. Let's do it the right, because that's not what they were taught. You know, your surrounding.
Either we weren't taught this stuff or just don't have the good sense to know right from wrong. I don't know at this point anymore. Because I was always told being a spouse, being a husband or a wife doesn't take a lot of teaching. It just takes common sense. If that's the case, common sense ain't so common in this generation. I mean, to each his own, I guess. Some people say it doesn't take much to learn how to be a good husband or a wife. Others say all it takes is just common sense. So why can't more people just get married and make something work? But anyways, fair use.
Show that your upbringing didn't show that, didn't present that other way. So a lot of these women didn't even realize that was an option or a choice. They're going by what they saw their mothers, their aunties, and everybody around them. They saw that, and that's what was easiest. It's easy to go off and just sleep with somebody and pop up pregnant and not really think it's a bad thing, or thinking, you know, that's out of order. They're not thinking that. Baby, let's continue.
Oh, shout out to Mella. Got something to tell you. I wanna be your number one fella. Good to see you on here, my girl. Good to see you. You said the great nature versus nurture debate. Nature versus nurture. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Anyways, fair use.
All have their own fathers.
Yeah.
So why you not with the twins, the 3-year-old?
I was up here, and he heard my feelings. And if I had the house in Atlanta, he kicked me out. So now I'm here in the projects, but I'm happy.
You in the projects and you happy. I don't know about y'all, but I can't be happy living in no goddamn projects. I'm just saying. I ain't about that life. Oh no. But that's just me. Fair use.
He kicked me out, so I'm single now.
Mm-hmm.
How long you been single? How long you been single for?
About 3 weeks, he kicked me out as soon as he saw the video.
3 weeks?
Look, you told me before and you wasn't single?
No.
Okay, so he kicked you out 3 weeks after you saw your last interview with Kendra G. Wow. Oh my God. Why were you dealing with that man in the first place? Why was he dealing with you in the first place? Why were y'all dealing with each other? Ugh. Okay, while the video plays, I'm gonna drop the link for anybody that want to come up here. Title is "The Sisterhood Ain't Shit. It's a Lie." And the headline is a Simone Biles and Jonathan Owens situation, which I'm gonna talk about later on. But let's get into this mess. So, God.
I got all my boxes.
Oh, Peter, I remember you. But are you married?
I used to be before he found out about the video of me wanting another man.
So you used to be married, but then you made a video with Kendra G talking about you want another man. Where do they go? Oh my Lord Almighty! No wonder he kicked your monkey ass out. So she was married, but then she got kicked out the house when her man saw that last video she did with Kendra G. Oh.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Exactly. Fair use.
So he put me out. I just came back to the project.
Sierra Atlanta, 34. She has 5 kids. A set of
And this the previous video, I guess. Okay. Rewind.
twins that are 3, a set of twins that are 7, and 11-year-olds, all by different men. The 3-year-old twins you currently live with
Live in the house. I live in the house. We live in the house.
Sierra, I have a very serious question. What kind of man you think is gonna date you that knows that you still live with your baby daddy, who you have 3-year-old twins by? Wait.
Exactly. That's a very good question, Kendra. That's a very good question.
7 seconds.
Can I be honest? Do it all the time. What's the difference with me? They do it all the time. I swear to God. I bet you a good 50% of your women have slept with men in cars because they live with a chick. You know, if my husband today say he found another girl,
Your husband?
I live with him, but we're not together. You know, people live together.
Live together, but they separated. What?
Whoa, pause. I thought he was just your child's father. You're literally married?
Mm-hmm. I've been doing my thing now.
Sarah, what do you do for a living?
So I guess that's the video that got her ass kicked out the house. Ain't that about some shit? Okay, let's continue.
I do hit. Yeah, I'm about to start.
You almost should be.
Do y'all think she's trolling, baby? I honestly, I don't think she's trolling. I think she's being 100% honest. Well, in some aspects, but I don't think she's trolling. I think she's telling the truth. She was a previous guest. She came back and she said the man kicked her out. She back in the projects. Y'all heard it, child. And you know, and then the reason I stopped to hear was because when you ask these types of women, what do you do for a living? Look at the pause and the little smirk, because a lot of them be making 6 figures in their mind, and they. You know, they own 2 businesses and all this kinds of stuff. And when when actuality it's not the truth. They sell lashes or hair online, and that you don't really make a lot of money from that. Let's continue.
Listen, I was gonna come back up here and tell you the tea, but I was like, I'm not gonna do something
because I couldn't remember you, but now I do remember you. But okay, are you the one that said you live with your child's father?
When I was in Atlanta, remember?
But you also told me that you was married, so you got divorced in 3 weeks.
Oh no, Miss Sis, his mother, they African.
Got divorced in 3 weeks. Okay, don't divorces take about a year to go through and process or whatever? My God Almighty! Oh boy. Anyways, fair use.
And they was mad. They was like, you should never marry that American girl. She was ghetto. And I was like, who are they? Because I came with my kids. I say, kid, my kids, who do you tell? Who he should be with. So he started with them. So here I am. I'm in the projects, but I'm good. I got my food stamps.
Well, he did good siding with them. Dodged a bullet, possibly. Yeah.
See, my SSD. Look, I'm good. I don't need no for real, but I just want one.
There you have it. You heard her? She got baby. She got a food stamp. She got her welfare. She got her SSD. She don't need a man. She just want one. And this is
wow. Again, the price ain't right. The price ain't right.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we hear all the time. This is what's going on, and this has been the narrative for years. You know, this is where it started. Oh, we don't need no man. We got our children. The government is going to give us SSD, with I guess Social Security and Medicaid and welfare and food stamps, and give us a roof over our head.
Trying to use the government to take care of you instead of relying on a dependable man. You want the government to take care of you. Ain't that about some shit? And I did a whole show talking about how single moms are wrecking our society, and I learned that that's how that works. If you're a single mother or a widowed woman and your husband or baby dad is still in your life and actively working, you don't get benefits. There can't be a man in the house. So as long as a man's not in the house, you're gonna get them benefits. That's the bottom line.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
What a world we live in. What a world we live in. But anyways, fair use.
We don't need no man because we don't need him. We can take care of ourselves. This is where that mentality came from, where women, you know, that's where it started, when they were given government assistance and they kicked the men out. You know, you can be in here, but you can't have a man here because the government is your man. They are taking care of you, giving you everything that you need for you and your kids. So you don't need a man, but you don't think that your kids need a father. You don't think that this is going to affect them negatively and growing up in society without a father. They didn't think of it. They didn't care. Or they didn't think about the necessity of fathers. All they was out going is making babies, having sex, making babies, not thinking of the ramifications and how your children are going to suffer. This is why I say it's a selfish mentality. Now, here we are in 2024, and you still have women out here saying, oh, I want a kid, but I don't want a man. I don't want to get.
You want a kid so you can raise them all by yourself, him or her by yourself. Oh man, the world we live in, I say.
Married. You still have that mentality, and you see it's not really health. So why is it being perpetuated? Why are, you know, our so-called most educated women out here don't understand that they're doing themselves an injustice or a disservice. It's not benefiting our community for women to go out and just make babies and not have husbands and fathers for their kids. Come on, we got to get real. We got to do better. It doesn't make any sense. It's not adding up. Let's continue.
Hold on, real quick, because I'm recalling your video from last time you was here. But I think I ended up hanging up on you because you was married. So I have to understand how you, because if you're married, we can't do this. No.
Well, at least she's honest about that. If you're married, then you should be talking to her, talking about you want a new man. Seriously. Now that she's single, now we're gonna give it another try. Is that what's going on here? My oh my.
Then let me go.
How did you get a divorce in 3 weeks?
He got a normal. They didn't want me no more. You saw the video. Your people was talking about me in the car. His family was sitting in the video. I was up in the room by myself. I didn't think he would know. He don't even come on social media.
Okay, what the fuck you think was gonna happen? You on Kendra G's show, knowing other people gonna be seeing this. You a whole married woman, alleged married woman, and you here talking about you looking for a new man. You knew at some point it was gonna get out. You knew at some point it was gonna get out.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Right.
Found out, put me out, came back to my apartment.
How long were you guys married for?
Almost a year. Almost a year.
Okay.
Almost a year? Almost a year? That's gotta be the shortest marriage I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh God. Fair use.
Cousins, y'all need to let me know, because I really don't know this. Because I do know you can get a nog, but it has to be a short period of time. But I feel like a year is longer. I thought it was like a nog, it was like 3 months.
But I'm in New York. We had got married in New York and moved to me, and I don't know about the other states. A little bit different.
So are you separated or are you divorced?
I'm divorced. That is not my no more. I'm on my own.
So what do you do again for a living, Sierra?
You're divorced, but it takes a year for that to go through.
Selling cream. But right now, I'm gonna just be working on my apartment. I'm gonna be
Wait, did she say? What did she say? She said selling cream. Selling cream. What kind of
face cream? Maybe, I don't know.
Cream, child. Selling. Okay, let's continue.
What kind of man are you looking for, Sierra? I'm curious.
I was thinking about this too. I was hoping you didn't ask this right away. I was really, what do I want from her? I want a man that works. I want a man that don't mind coming to see me and my kids, that don't mind kids. I want a man that has no kids. He can't have.
You want a man that has no kids. You want a man that has no kids, and you expect that man to just take in you and your 5 kids or whatever. Oh, God Almighty. And you anticipate him not to have kids of his own. What if he's a single dad himself? That may work, but given your attitude, no, I seriously doubt it. It ain't happening. Okay, fair use.
No kids.
Girl, what?
Are you serious?
No kids. You got 5?
Okay.
She got
Here.
Girl.
I'm gonna ask you this again, because I don't want you to play with my time.
What?
And I want to be serious. Hold on. I want you. Are you just trying to get followers? Because it really seems like I'm trying to believe what you're saying, but you just told me you have 5 kids and now you don't want a man with no kids.
Exactly.
Why would I already have my own baby? So I'm waiting. Because I have kids. I gotta want him because I got kids.
So you want a man to accept you and your 5 kids and he has it. So basically you wouldn't date yourself.
No. But I'm not.
Sweetheart, I got 2 words for you.
Emotional damage.
Fair use.
Listen, I don't want a woman. I want a man.
Uh-huh.
So you wouldn't date you, but you want somebody else to
No, see, listen. You gotta understand. I'm not a man. I'm a woman. I can never see myself that way.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So I can't date myself. I don't like coochie.
But what I'm saying by that is you're you wouldn't date a man with kids, but you would want a man to date you with 5 kids.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Fuck no.
I don't want to take care of nobody's kids. And I want to do it with your baby mother.
So you don't want to take care of no other man's kids, but you expect the man to take care of your kids? Right.
Emotional damage.
Does not compute. Does not compute. Does not compute.
She want a nigga that's got no kids to take care of her and her 5 kids.
Does not compute. Does not compute. Does not compute.
Where they come up with this stuff? Fair use.
But you want him to
Baby, the audacity, child.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
The audacity. She got
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
and I want to make my own kids. Men are being shamed and bashed for real for saying, "Hey, I don't want a woman with kids."
Exactly. That's the sisterhood. Bashing responsible men who either one, over 30 and don't have kids, or refuse to deal with a female who doesn't have kids. Why? You talk about entitled to your own opinions and preferences, but yet when men have preferences, it's a problem. You can't have it both ways.
I don't have no kids. They're being shamed and bashed and belittled because they have, standards and saying, "Hey, I don't have any kids. I want to have kids with my wife." And they're being looked at and talked down to. But a woman with 5 kids or any woman with kids can say, "I don't want a man with kids," and be real serious about it and real, like, "I don't want to take care of nobody. I don't want nobody else's baggage." But you expect men to take on your baggage? Come on now, get it together. This is crazy.
I want to be.
Hold on.
Does not compute. Does not compute. Does not compute.
With a good job. I want a businessman that's a little hood that can protect me. I want a man that can protect me in the streets and pipe me in the bed, but I want him to be able to hold his own. I don't want no guy to take outside, he's scared and stuff like that. I want a real man. I want a man that, I don't gotta tell him.
Define real man.
To do nothing, he can just get it by himself. I want a sucker. I want a real dude that's gonna ride with me and my kids. Only
problem is ain't no real dude gonna ride with you and your goddamn kids. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Blah.
Tell you, half of the people up here ain't got no father. Don't even know them. So at the end of the day, this might not be no different for him. Most people don't got no father.
Most men don't have a father. And now she has 5. You can't make it.
It's pretty safe to say her not having a father is the reason why she in this situation.
There's 5 children.
And now your 5 kids ain't gonna have a father on top of that.
I saw some boys in there, cute little kids, by the way. 5 children, right? 3 baby daddies. Don't seem like the kids are involved because she's looking for somebody who's gonna ride for her and her kids, right? So the fathers must not. I have to assume they're not involved. So essentially your kids don't have a father either, right? I'm assuming by what she's saying. Just going by what she's saying. So you're repeating the cycle. Those men don't have fathers, so that you mean that. So now they're looking to take on somebody else's kids because you decided to make babies and with people who didn't want to be fathers, and now your kids don't have a father. So do you want your children to grow up and take on a woman with a bunch of kids and just keep it going? No, I mean, where does it stop?
Does he have to make a certain amount of money?
Come on, I got 5 kids. He at least got to make at least like 200.
Do you want 200 to be a legitimate 200, or could it be street money?
It depends. Long as he ain't got nobody looking for him and it ain't gonna put me in danger, I don't care what he do.
This is real life.
It sure is.
Would you turn down money?
All the time I turn down.
I wouldn't, girl, not right now. I need to at least come up a little bit before I turn anything down.
I mean, I just want to know, do you realize how much you're embarrassing yourself?
I ain't never been embarrassed. My mother pushed me out the
Man, she just said it. You embarrassing yourself.
Oh, girl. Weird.
And see, and that's the problem. There's no shame anymore. There's no embarrassment. So anything goes. I think there's certain things that you should be ashamed of, and certain things you should be embarrassed by, because that means you really, you won't do it again. You won't repeat it. Like I said, if you make a mistake once, that's a mistake. You do it again, It's a willful act. It's something because you're supposed to learn from your mistakes. You're supposed to learn from the thing. You learn from poor decision making skills or lack thereof. You're supposed to learn from poor decisions, learn from your mistakes, and do better. You keep doing it over and over and over and thinking you're gonna get a different outcome, and then and on top of that, you have unrealistic expectations because now you want all of these things. You're not realizing that you are not in a position to demand those types of things, baby. Certain things are reserved for people who had standards early on. It's nobody else's fault if you didn't have standards or you didn't know your worth. Then that's yours. That's a part of you and your upbringing and who raised you. So it's nobody else's fault.
Right.
So just because you come into your understanding or your worthiness or you feel you're worth something doesn't mean that everybody else sees you the same way. And you shouldn't fault those people. You should understand that, hey, yeah, if this man doesn't have kids, if a man has built himself up and he had a plan and he's followed through with it, he's not going to come and settle for you. I mean,
unless he's that
I don't
desperate.
think they understand that it's raising children.
Unless he's that desperate or is a damn fool, you know?
It is a lot. Taking care of children is a lot. There's a lot of responsibility there. It costs a lot.
And who better to tell you than Dee Dee? He's been married to her husband for over 20 years and has 9 children. Shout out to you, my sister. Shout out. Because it is a lot of work. Fair use, fair use.
Lot to raise children. So what man in his right mind would want to come on and take on 5 children and just fully take care of them and take care of this woman and that's it. And that's supposed to be a reward, and that's supposed to be something he should be looking to do. Hell to the no. No. But they don't get it. Classic Perspective, thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm going to put my bid in on the Kendra G show. I'll pretend that I have 8 baby mamas and 16 kids and request for Halle Berry. That's child. That's how they sound. See,
oh yeah. Shout out to Classy Perspective for that one.
But the thing about it, if that was the truth for you, oh my God, you will see the difference in the response. Oh my God, how he gonna want that? Oh, I know he not. They gonna read you.
Yeah, watch the sisterhood come at you. You're a single father with 5 or 6 kids, and you want a female with no kids. Watch the sisterhood come down on your ass. They coming down on your ass, plain and simple. It's a real mess out there, I tell you.
For filth, they gonna tear you down if you came on there like that. But with these women, it's almost acceptable. Thank you for the super chat, Classic Perspective. It's almost acceptable, and it's not as much backlash for women as it would be for men. You know, and going back to the sprinkle lady. I mean, if a man did what she was suggesting, oh my God, you would see they would read him for filth. They would really throw him. They would tear him apart.
You're damn right they would.
Hey, I'm just going to deceive women. I'm dating. I'm not going to tell them the truth. If they ask me if I had kids, I'm going to lie and say I don't. I'm not going to divulge all of my information. I'm going to be dishonest. Let a man try to do that. Oh my God, they're going to lose their damn minds. But
yeah, it's the unfair double standard that will, I guess, never go away. Let a woman come up here talking about she got all these kids and yada, 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 and no one gives a shit. But let it be a man talking about he's a single father looking for a good woman. They will go upside his head in a heartbeat. It's a real clusterfuck out here in this old messed up dating market, and the sisterhood ain't making it any better. It's just total nonsense.
What?
So that being said, I digress. Let me give a shout out to Mella. Got something to tell ya. Can I be a number 1 fella?
Number 1 or the only one? Take your pick.
The only one.
All right, then. Stop saying number 1. You know, that's what a lot of women do. They say, I want to be your number 1 girl. It's like, no, you want to be his only. You know, the thing is with your title, I must say I'm embarrassed to have appeared. I don't endorse your title. What I will say is because you are who you are, I will converse with you. I put in a back chat, not as a semblance of defiance, but a question posed to you. If what you say, according to your title, would be considered true, Why is it that lyrics in songs such as the OJ's Forever Mine exist? Men desire women. However, what is to be considered is that men desire women according to how they see fit for them to use. And that is my observation over this life that I'm blessed to have. Men want women according to how they see fit for them to use.
What do you mean to use?
According to whatsoever fits them. And that is the priority. Whatever fits them is the priority, as opposed to embracing that woman and appreciating her for who she is and what it is that she makes them quote unquote feel. Okay. Now,
Mhm.
there are women that have backgrounds that are, um, I guess you could say, questionable. There are women with backgrounds that are exemplary, like, like, oh my God, what have I come across? Type of backgrounds,
Like this chick,
pristine.
for example.
The woman that you're displaying, where she's just um skipping around the fact that she could look better on paper. I'll put it that way. You know,
Yep.
she could look better on paper, and she knows it, and so she's skipping around about uh answering questions. She would rather answer the question with a question, so she's skipping around due to knowing that she could look better on paper, right? And when I say look better on paper, like, it is documented that you have a certain amount of children with a certain amount of fathers, and that could be, when you look at it objectively, you could have made better choices. It's not that you don't appreciate the children that exist. It's just that you look back on it, it's like, wow, I really could have made better choices. And a lot of women, they don't know why they conduct these um, irrational, impulsive decisions, because they're not made they're not made aware. And that goes for men too. A lot of us, I'm going to include myself, aren't made aware um how important it is to make better decisions. Like, just because some guy comes up to you or some woman comes up to you and is telling you everything that you want to hear, without doing the necessary investigative work it takes to vet if they will be an asset of some fashion in your life, you are rolling the dice. And whatever comes up is, something that you have to take accountability for. So I want you to have some semblance of compassion for women not um who are not raised right. They just weren't raised right. They weren't raised to prioritize their future. They were only left to prioritize their impulses. And I would urge you to consider that. She was raised, as it would seem, to cater to her impulses as opposed to proper restraint in her decision making. Because, like, to bring a baby into this world is more than a notion. You can't just be like caught up in these fantasies of it's going to be me and you forever without any evidence that that's your pattern of and sense of responsibility. I just, since I believe it is gonna happen. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You know, and that's impulsive. Um, I don't want to say delusionary, but it, it's it's something about the chemical rush of being stimulated that overpowers common sense. It's something, and unless you are raised to be prepared to avert that, you're gonna fall for it. And a lot of our people, Black people, we were just taught to survive. We weren't taught to think. Believe it or not, we weren't taught to think about our steps and mapping out our future. We were taught to survive and hopefully find some pleasures throughout the process. And I think this is one of these examples that you're presenting. You're not highlighting um, what it is for a man to desire a woman and how that compels her to be impulsive. And that's why she got children that she can't count. You know, she can't even count.
First she says seven, then she gonna say five. Make up your damn
Well,
mind.
no, I know she wasn't raised right, poor baby. It's okay. She wasn't raised right, but you know what? Optimistically speaking, in this country, if you're gonna have a whole bunch of children that you got to feed with generic groceries until they become adults, as long as you didn't mistreat them, the leverage is on your part that most likely they'll take care of you when they're adults and you can't take care of yourself. You know, I had to tell a guy that, like, he's got all these children all over the place, and
Wow.
he was like, I messed up having all these kids. And I was like, well, look at it this way. The numbers are greater that they'll take care of you when you can't take care of yourself. You know, I try to be optimistic when it comes to people that, beat up on themselves for making quote unquote mistakes. But mistakes is a wrong word. It's like, you know, they were overwhelmed with their impulses.
Sometimes I don't believe in making mistakes. That's just a simple matter of not knowing any better, or as I was taught, not having
Hmm.
good sense.
Hmm. And I put in a chat room the
I
nature
never heard that
versus
saying before.
nurture debate. Um, a lot of people think that some people are born bad.
I didn't say all that now. Some
I'm
people are
not.
just brought up bad.
No, there are people that believe that. They think they're just born to be um, degenerate. I don't believe that. I think that children are a product of their environment. You know.
I could have told you that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So we agree, and that's why I presented myself, and I'm glad you welcomed me. We can agree on something, even though your title is um
The sisterhood is a lie.
is accusatory in a general
But
manner.
here's the thing. We all know women and men are products of their environment. But the thing is, I notice that a lot of women can get away with that lame excuse, but very less men can get away with that. I know some women and men personally were raised in the hood, brought up in the ghetto. Some use it as an excuse to justify their bad behavior. Others did, you know what? Fuck it. I should have known better. I wasn't thinking right. So yeah, the accountability goes on both men and women, but our society is not going to hold women accountable for their bad upbringing. They'll throw all the sympathy at them, but condemn men. I'd say give
Well,
them both sympathy or give them both condemnation. That'll make things equal.
hmm make it equal. Yeah.
You want to condemn me because I was raised in the ghetto? Okay, let's condemn you because you was raised in the ghetto. Make it even. Not that I was raised in the ghetto, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, there are women that exploit the fact that society considers them the weaker vessel, the weaker gender, They exploit that. It's like, wait a minute, I'm a woman. And at the same time, they can be as vicious. They can be even more so vicious,
Yeah.
calculating, and all that stuff. They're strategic. Being physically weak has nothing to do with your mind being strategically strong. And so there is a such thing as people manipulating their position in life so that they can get leverage in some way. You know?
True that. True that. I mean, you talked about that on Fate's panel about how the girls you grew up with were almost as vicious as the boys were. I've seen that kind of stuff myself. I've seen girls fight almost as much as the boys fight. So ain't nothing new for me.
Yeah, I grew up with the whole sugar and spice and everything nice. Uh, that's what little girls are made of. And then you see these women who are performing as brutes. They slashing faces. They are, I mean, they're just brutally violent. And your mind gets washed over with what the heck is this? I was told that I'm supposed to be sweet and nice, like cinnamon and spice, but I'm looking at people who were the same gender as me, uh, being violent criminals. What's that about? You know, and of their own initiative, not because they were provoked. So it was very. It's a thing. It's a thing.
Hmm.
When I was in the military, I was cast or compelled to sign up for a job that was traditionally male dominated, solely in the interest of getting out of my hometown as fast as possible. And under the guise that there wasn't a war, so it shouldn't be a problem. As soon as the aspect of war kicking in, and I discovered what it's like to work as a man, you know, I have a lot of respect for your strength and resilience, and it's more than a notion to to maintain that sense of how can I put this that guardian mentality, like every day you wake up on guard. You know, you know, women idealistically, we wake up not on guard because the man has covered that. But society has changed, and women also have to wake up on guard. And it changes not only one's perspective, but one's sense of allegiance. It's like, okay, this has become a situation where it's not necessary for me to believe that I need to adhere to a man's leadership. And that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate in terms of family building. But
Yep.
when you become conscious that family structure is the most noble thing to undertake, then you correct your mindset, and it's like, okay, I have to understand that there is a structure and I have my place in this structure and need to do my part. It's not that I consider myself less than or anything like that. It's just that there is a structure, and within this structure, it is necessary for me to do quote unquote my part. So, um, and that's according to whatever the structure needs. In this society, especially in America, it's starting to be a juggle. It's no longer the uh, because of financial um concerns, it's starting to be the structure of family is challenged. So people are just screwing like rabbits without understanding the consequences of whether or not their children are going to be confused. Children, they have to have structure, peaceful, attentive, intentional, reliable, wholesome structure. And without that, we're just going to send more confused citizens out into the world. And, you know, I was looking at a documentary, H&M, about the orphans, you know, how there was a time there were a lot of children on the street, orphans, and all the things that were not adequate to help them. So a lot of sophisticated societies, which is now known as world powers, they've done what they could. They're doing what they can to accommodate children. But what's first and foremost in my mind is, why are these people screwing like rabbits in the first place? Why are people screwing like rabbits? Why are people having children they can't afford? You know what I'm saying? It's understandable that you might want some semblance of yourself to go forward. But when you're actually screwing, and that sex results in pregnancy, and pregnancy results in a child, and you knew you was broke to begin with, I just find that despicable. It's despicable to have children you can't afford.
Exactly right. I mean, one time I was on a Facebook dating app. This chick told me she lost all four of her kids because she couldn't financially support them. I'm like, damn. So yeah,
And the
it is
first
correct.
question that comes out of our mouth is, where's the father? Where's the fathers?
Yeah,
However, she knew that she was screwing people that couldn't afford a child in the first place. She knew she was screwing somebody that had not ever, most likely, demonstrated that they had a sense of responsibility for offspring. So what the hell was she thinking? So I don't blame men all the time. I don't blame women all the time. I blame both of those people who are screwing.
you're
It's
damn
like,
right. That's what I'm talking about. It's both of them. It's both of their
you
fault.
all know you can't afford children, but you're going to go ahead and hop on each other's bones, right? You know what I'm saying?
Without protection.
Because that's what makes children. And,
Protection.
it's just too many oops babies around, too many oops babies. And they got issues. When a child when a child is aware that they were unplanned, oftentimes they'll tell themselves, well, a lot of children were unplanned. Well, but how does that make you feel? How does that make you feel, knowing that where you come from are two impulsive people that just decided to throw caution to the wind, otherwise known as stupid? How does that feel, knowing you come from stupid people? And that's the difference. You know, you want your offspring to have some semblance of pride. Now, how they gonna do that if they know that they come from stupid people? They got to climb up out of that. You know, maybe you can't leave them a gigantic life insurance payout or land ownership, but you can at least have them understand that they didn't come from, people that don't know how to plan their lives. So it's a lot of unnecessary screwing going on in the world, and I want to know what that's about. Like, are we programmed by the Most High to just screw and let the consequences go where they may? Like, what
Yeah.
is it that make people
Well, we
that
can
just
thank the
screw
sexual.
without? Yeah.
We can thank the sexual liberation for that. Go back 60 years when they started this whole sexual liberation. I did a show on that about a week ago. Sexual liberation has ruined dating. Now women can, now that we have condoms, contraceptives, or whatever they call them, birth control pills, women don't have to worry about getting pregnant or catching something just to let a man skeet in them. So now they're just out of control with it. They've been out of control since then. It wasn't as bad back in the 60s and 70s. I'm gonna say fast forward to maybe our generation, the 80s, 90s, whatever. That's when they got more out of control as the decades went on.
So you're saying when birth control came into the picture, that's when it got raunchy?
From what I understand, yes, that's how it all got started. Based on what I
Okay.
understood, I did a whole
Okay.
show on that. So yeah, what's up,
Okay.
cynical, unpredictable, always at your pentacle. Nice of you to join us.
I'm cynical one. The cynical one.
Yeah, she's one of Discord's her
Happy
and
New
just
Year.
Discord EP. But yeah, I did a whole show on that, so I already know how it got started with the sexual liberation movement. I guess the goal was to liberate women from the confines of having to get married and start a family, be stuck raising a family. But look what it caused. Women having kids all over the place, messing with men that don't mean shit to them, and he don't mean shit to her. She don't mean she don't mean shit to him. So now
That's another thing I don't understand. Like, with birth control being vastly available as it is, why are these women still having these kids?
I never thought of that because they're not using it. That's why.
But that's what I'm saying. Why aren't they using birth control? Like, I had somebody that actually told me they was allergic to birth control, and I said,
Well,
really?
like any medication, I guess you can be allergic to it. I guess I don't know. There's other ways to keep pregnancy from happening.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how that stuff works, being a man and everything. Maybe you know more about it than I do, but there are other ways to keep pregnancy from happening. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, like abstinence. But nobody wants to do that. Like, there are people that think it is an impossible concept to not masturbate. It's an impossible concept to not have sexual intercourse. They just think that, like, oh my God, what are you talking about? People need that. Not necessarily. You don't need, like, I'm not asking you this specifically. I'm just asking in the air. Why is it so difficult to consider not having sex, including masturbation, is good for you?
I don't know. Maybe it's because for women they get so much. For women, for y'all ladies, y'all get so much male attention that it's like, oh, you just gotta let loose. You can have any man you want. But for us men, I guess we do more masturbating than actual having sex because we don't have options like that. If you're like me, a non-select man, you don't have a lot of women throwing themselves at you. And the few that do come your way are just not worth anything outside of a one-night hookup. So take it for what it's worth. I mean, marriages are not what they used to be. I know some of y'all are married. Oh, shout out to Angela C. Nice of you to join us. She's married, but she can tell you how
Happy New
marriage
Year,
is.
Angela C.
Okay. You want to come up and talk about this with us, Angela? Feel free to do so. Link is in the chat. Now, what was I
Cynical
saying?
as well is invited, right?
I mean, she can, but from what I understand, Cynical doesn't do panels. I mean, she don't come on stream yards. Come on streams. I mean, she do, but she don't be like come on a panel and talk to us. She don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Now Angela, she comes up here every blue moon. She was on three of my streams. Tell you. Okay, today's topic: the sisterhood and is a lie, and we're talking about the Simone Biles Jonathan Owens situation later on. That's the topic. If y'all want to come up here and discuss that, what's y'all thoughts on the whole sisterhood? Do y'all think it ain't about shit? It's just a lie. Let me know what you think. Come on up here. And the link is in the description. Come on up here and let me know what you think. Oh, she says she's driving. Well, can y'all talk and drive at the same time? I do it in my car. Put my phone on a mountain, and then just talk away.
It's all right. Either way, I find what I dispute about your title is there are many instances where women have intervened in the life of a woman who was in distress. For that to be the conclusion, like your title is not conclude. It doesn't ring conclusion to me. I think you want to promote that, and I put in the back chat, why do songs such as Forever Mine exist if women weren't desirable, not only to men, but in terms of, how can I put this? When a woman's in trouble, right, depending on what it is, she may confess her troubles first to a woman. And that exists for a reason. Women represent compassion, understanding, and nurturing. That's what we represent. And so I dispute that this campaign to denote the quote unquote sisterhood ain't ish, because it knocks out our common sense of knowing each other for how loving we can be. And I said that very carefully on purpose.
I understand, but I mentioned
I'm not
earlier.
asking you to change your mind. I'm just
no.
talking. I'm just talking.
I know. I mentioned earlier in the stream, yeah, the sisterhood is full of crap, but the brotherhood is oftentimes no better. But with the brotherhood, there's more union and a little bit more loyalty. Now, granted, there are some guys that will throw your ass under the bus just to get at a woman, but when we say bros before hoes, we mean we're not sacrificing our brotherhood for a 304 type shit. But y'all say sisters before misters. That means your sisterhood comes before any and every man. And that's what some people get twisted like that. Would you put your sisters above your own husband? Well, now ex-husband, whatever the case may be.
Well, when you say B and H, bros before that H word, isn't that what they're doing?
Yeah, but you got some snakes out there that will throw you under the bus, so I'm not going to deny that either. The brotherhood is often no better than the sisterhood. And sometimes they'll simp for women just to make the brotherhood look bad. So I got to call that out for what it is too.
Yeah, it's there. The seesaw is weighted on both sides, man. Sometimes things look better over there. Sometimes things look better over here. It's both genders get it messed up, man.
Yeah, they do. And once again, anybody want to come up and talk to us? The link is right there in the chat. But let's get back to this video. Okay, fair use.
This woman said this is women should be doing. These women eat that up. They eat it up. That's why women keep women single. They're giving them wrong advice, the wrong information. These women eat it up, and they be sitting back struggling and wondering why.
Exactly. That's what the sisterhood does. Giving out bad advice to their girlfriends, and they end up wound up single just like them. What's the old saying? Misery loves company. That's what I was getting at. So you have to watch who you take advice from. That goes for women and for men. Watch who you take advice from. You and your husband got into a fight, you better be careful who you tell that to, because your girlfriend may be jealous because she be wanting to get at your husband too. That's the sisterhood sabotage for you. And yeah, same thing for men. If I go to one of my homeboys, talking about my girl did that, he may give me the wrong advice, and now I'm screwed. So it goes both ways. And Angela C said there is no sisterhood. You can't explain that to a degree. There is no sisterhood. I understand that, but I need more clarity on that. If you can come up here, whenever you're free.
And
She said
these
there's no sisterhood.
yeah, in these modern times, it's you're safer being defensive. You know, it's not emotionally safe to think that just because somebody's a woman that they're gonna quote unquote look out for your best interests because you don't know the mental illness behind that woman. And so I take that statement in the affirmative that yeah, it's safer emotionally, if not physically and otherwise, to be skeptical about somebody's intentions. I can relate to that.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's continue. Fair use.
Which we got the most educated women, you know, we got to throw that in there. Black women are the most educated, right? Not when it comes to dating, not when it comes to men.
No, it ain't.
They don't
No, it
know
not.
shit when it comes to men. They don't know where they going, coming and going. They don't know nothing.
Exactly.
But they educated somewhere, just not in that area. Just saying. Let's continue.
Why would I be embarrassed talking to a black sister like myself?
Because you're a mom of 5, you have 3-year-old kids, and you just said you're willing to date a man that can make money legally. Who knows what he can do? But not just harming you, you got children to think about too. So the money is more important potentially than your own children's safety.
Well, where we gonna live if you don't got no money? How we gonna go out to eat?
Oh, that
Where we going?
get 9 to 5 job. That's what.
Where we gonna go? So I'm gonna take a nice guy to work and drive the bus, right?
I don't know if a nice guy is gonna take you to be.
Exactly. Thank you, Kendra G. Exactly. Thank you. Ain't no nice dude gonna take you out. Jeez. That ain't for a pump and dump. Way she messed up. But anyways, fair use.
That's the devil. Listen, you want to hear something? My last video, you know how many men came to me trying to give me money, everything? You know, I can show you my DMs.
So, are you here for attention? Is that what you desire?
Yep, that's what it is.
Of course, attention from a man.
I could have told you that.
If a guy wants to reach out to you, how can he reach out to you?
Oh, man.
Just like DM me your number. Don't listen to me. Not ugly. American, please. No more
Well,
foreigner.
over that, I'm giving you the opportunity. We're about to go, but I'm giving you the opportunity to at least give your DM out if you want.
Okay, so you can DM me right here. You can use my IG. What is it?
You have
I
to
don't even
say
know
it out loud. Not everybody can see it.
3J Glow _. It's just DM me. Just DM me. Okay? Love you, Kendra. Thank you so much, boo.
Oh my
Bye,
God.
Bye, boo.
This situation with this woman is common. It's common. We see it. That's why we're saying it's a single mother epidemic. Because a lot of these women don't, they never thought about marriage. To a lot of them, marriage is like a fairy tale or a dream. Like, ooh, one day I would love to get married. And then a lot of women think that getting married is something you do when you get old. I'm like, oh, see how twisted it is? Oh, a lot of women think, marriage is for when you get in your 40s. What?
No, by 40, you should already be established and married, right?
Because they don't know. They didn't see their mothers and a lot of their aunties and stuff with husbands. They're just like, oh, they were all single mothers, the matriarchal, circle or whatever. They just saw all these women. They didn't see no man. So it was a natural thing for them to go ahead on and make some children without a man. Because they've never seen it, a lot of these women. And so they don't see what it, how crazy it is. They don't understand. And a marriage and a husband is like almost like, oh my God, we only see that in the movies, we only see that in the fairy tales, and a good man and who really cares about his children and cares about his family and his wife and taking care of them. And this is why it's like a fairy tale, because they only see it in the fairy tales. It's like you don't see successful marriages a lot. And so
yeah, she's right. I mean, that's the end of the video. But Mella, what you think about that? You think she was spot on what she said? Mella?
I put a message in the back chat that I can't speak, just go into detail about it. I agree And I'll just have to say that I have to go on mute. I'm checking the food that I'm preparing. So
Oh, you have to go on mute for a while. Okay.
that's all right.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
I agree that women listen to there are some women that listen to the wrong advice. I agree with
Yeah, they do, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. And like Angela said, maybe there is no
I'll be right
sisterhood.
back. I'm still connected. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, take your time. Take your time. And shout out to Dee Dee for that wonderful video. And for those y'all listening in,
Like, comment, and subscribe because it's just what the doctor prescribed.
yeah, and she's and gotta give Dee Dee credit. She was spot on with that. Because there are some women out here that will go out here and listen to the wrong kind of people, and their relationship is in shambles. Now it's like, where did they go wrong? Why? Why did this happen? What's going on here? So yeah, it's crazy. But anyways, nice having you, Mella. Feel free to come back soon. Anybody else back there that want to chime in on this, feel free to do so. Link is right here in the description below. Like Angela C said, maybe there is no sisterhood. To a degree, maybe there isn't, because now it's like every woman for herself. They'll tell you anything and everything to make themselves feel good, but make you look bad. So yeah, I'm not saying I'm not saying all women act like this, but ladies, if y'all got a good man going, don't screw it up because of your angry, bitter so-called sisterhood friends. Choose your, just like with a mate, choose your friends wisely. That's what you have to do. That's the way it needs to be done. But yeah. And once again, shout out to Dee Dee. Make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe to her channel, because she does put out some pretty good content. Okay, now for this next video, this one is by, let's see, Average. Hold on. Average Man Unplugged. Shout out to this brother. I've seen some of his content. He put out some pretty good stuff too. This video is called Black Woman Goes Off and Calls Out the Sisterhood. Yeah, let's see. Let's see this, whatever this is. I think it's a stream of some sort. Let's see this. Fair use, ladies and gents, fair use. Hold on.
Or I'm not understanding why Black women keep shitting on the graves of Black men. They wait until they're dead and then talk trash about them. Like, they're not very brave at all. And it is not all Black women that do that. But what's happening and what I see is that there's too many of them that are acting like that. It's like they're rejoicing every time a Black man dies. And
yeah, like they did KS. Kevin Samuels, shout out to that brother. Rest in peace to the godfather of accountability. But fair use.
And there's two of them in your chat, Asia Graves and Miss T. They have been in there every single time you mention something in the in an article saying, statistics about Black women. Here we come. Black men too. Black men too. Oh, you guys like snow bunnies. Like, grow up. I'm getting sick and tired of every time a Black woman doesn't agree with something, they have to go for the jugular. It's uncalled for.
But Cody, you know why they do that, though.
And shout out to Cody for making that clear. Shout out to her. I haven't seen her in a minute, but hey, shout out to Cody for calling out the bullshit.
The reason why they do that is because they don't have a leg to stand on when you give them that point. So basically what they do is they go straight for the sign language. And, the whole men do it too, that's just the end in the sign language. You need to be right.
Yeah, now we agree men can do it too, but come on, we're talking about what our ladies are doing. I'm all for holding both sides accountable, but we can't always throw that in there. But that's just the thing. Anyways, fair use.
And shout out to Cody for sending me this clip, because I think somebody else sent me this clip before and I've been meaning to react to it. For y'all don't know who Cody is, she's one of my subscribers, watches my channel. A part of that small 7-8% of the females that watch my channel. And I've actually had her on my channel before. And I think it was when I reacted to Andrew Tate being on Just Curly Things show with Brittany Renner. And y'all know that collaboration pretty much broke the internet. Everybody reacted to it. And with it being so long, I wanted to do a live reaction to it. And when she brought it up, I was like, this would be the best time to bring her on. So Cody, if you're watching this, I already sent you an email back from this clip. I gotta have you back on my show. I have not forgot about you, all right? But anyway, what's going on, YouTube? It's your boy Ron back with another video. If you're new to the platform, welcome to the...
But they come out and they say horrible things like delete all black boys, and then it's like, yay, let's rejoice. That was so funny. Like, that was great. Exactly. Acting like children is
exactly acting like a bunch of spoiled children. Delete all black boys. Yep. There you go. Now, who the hell says that? They act like girls are the future and boys are just nobodies for them to walk all over. If that's the message we're putting out there, then our society is doomed, because we can't expect the next generation to grow without there being males and females. Imagine a world dominated by just one gender, and that's women. Well, how are we going to give birth? And before y'all say nowadays they got technology where women can get pregnant without having to have sex, I don't want to hear that bullshit, because it's not conventional, okay? Whether it be a sperm bank or whatever they got in China going on where you can impregnate a woman without her having sex, I don't want to hear that shit. That's not conventional. That's not authentic. We've killed traditionalism over the years, and this is where it's come down to. But anyways, fair use.
Disgusting. And then you expect for you talk like that, you trash these men, and then you want to turn around and ask for protection? Like, who do you think you are? You guys are not above reproach. There are a lot of you, a lot of black women, they're overweight. They're mean as hell. They're so mean for no reason. Apparently, the kitty cats, they're not taking care of that either.
That's a damn shame.
And like you said, we're failing in all statistics. And you want to say...
And you know what? I'm glad she mentioned those statistics, because I think that's one of the reasons why you see so many black women hanging their hat on the whole college stat about, how X% of us are graduating from college, when it's really they're the most enrolled. It's not necessarily graduating. And then on top of that, they're going into fields that aren't STEM at all. So they're not really making these big buku dollars like they claim to be. If anything, I will argue that women that are getting into sex work and OnlyFans and stuff like that, those are the women that are making the real money. Some of y'all.
Yeah, they're making money degrading themselves. I think it's pathetic how we got shit like OnlyFans where women can degrade themselves on the internet and make money off of that. I'd rather you be a stripper. At least I'm getting actual fantasies. I can't take the account to women being strippers either, but if I have to choose the lesser, I'm going with the stripper. Why? Because at least I'm paying for actual fantasies and not some virtual fantasy. But that's just my opinion on the whole thing. I can't tell you what to do, but you better be ready for the consequences behind said decisions. Anyways, fair use.
I ain't paying taxes, but I digress. But I think that's one of the reasons why they hang on to that college stat, and the fact that they're starting all these businesses and stuff. Like, the reason why y'all hang y'all hat on those stats so much is because y'all are failing in all the others.
Correct.
But let's keep it moving.
Statistics. And you want to say that, oh, black women are the culture. Okay, well, then the community is dying. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for nothing. I'm the only girl out of 4 boys. I grew up with 2 parents. Me and my dad are probably as tight as a mother, as a daughter, and daddy
Shout
can
out.
be. I have a
Damn, shout out to her. I like that. Her parents are still together. Ain't that something? I'm glad they're still together. Shout out to her for that one. Yeah.
son. So I'm not going to just keep sitting here and listening to these women trash our men and not say anything and not stand up. So
Absolutely. This is a woman who came from a 2-parent household. She has a good father who she's close to. So she can't say all men are trash. I mean, her father would be trash, which he's not. He raised her to be this strong-minded and outspoken, this strong-minded and outspoken about personal issues regarding men and women. Then hey, I say, sir, you did a good job with this woman. Shout out to Cody. I haven't heard from you in God knows how long, but hey, if you're out there listening to this live stream, subscribe to my channel. Cody, if you're back there listening in, I'm not sure if you are. I'm not that big time yet, but here's a message for you.
Like, comment, and subscribe because it's just what the doctor prescribed.
All right, let's get back into this fair use.
for all the fellas in the chat, advocate, I'm going to stand up for you guys. I'm going to be loud about it. So if there's any ladies that don't like it, I don't give a crap whether or not you don't like it. You all have been talking loud enough. You've gotten all of us in a bind. They're starting to put us all in, lump us all into one category. And we can scream as much as we want to, oh, not all of us. No, it's not all of us. But we keep saying it, and it's falling on deaf ears because of.
Yeah, you're right. We can call out women's bullshit behavior, but all they're gonna say is not all of us are like that. No, duh. We're talking about the ones that's making y'all look bad. Those y'all that don't subscribe to 304 culture or single mamahood, yeah, they're making y'all look bad. So we have to call out the nonsense for what it is. We all know all women don't act like this, but it's enough of them that are. I'm just saying. Anyway, it's fair use.
Fellas are tired, and I don't blame you for being tired. I mentioned earlier, like my dad's from Bermuda. You see, most people think that I'm Latina. They think I'm Dominican. I literally just lost a job. This lady would not hire me. This black lady would not hire me because she thought I was a Latina.
Really?
And told me to my face.
Who does that?
This. And
you know that's job discrimination, right?
And so black women have not been the nicest to me my entire life. I don't blame that on all black women. My best friend is black. I know that all black women are not like that, but but for black women, one black dude hurts them, all of a sudden all black men suck. All of a sudden.
Exactly. One black man does something wrong, that's like all black men are trash or all men in general are trash. So no, you can't have it both ways. You can't exclude a small minority of women from a group of bad women, but on the contrary, you want to put all men, good and bad, in the same category. It doesn't work that way. It just don't. Anyways, fair use.
Oh, black men are this, and they're not protecting, and they're not building, they're not leaders. I see the passport movement as black men being leaders. They're leading their butts someplace else and not dealing with the crap that they have to deal with back home. But I mean, think about that. You know how tired an entire group of men have to be to say, screw this, I'm grabbing my passport and I'm gonna try and find somebody somewhere else? And you think that's okay? And then you keep.
Yeah. Before this man speak, I did a whole show talking about the passport bros and compared them to the passport sis. So yeah, men are getting fed up with what's going on out here in the West. They're fed up with it. And now they're going overseas for better opportunities. Now, granted, I will say this though, in the event that you go overseas, you do have to be careful. Learn the culture, learn the rules, and don't get screwed up by some trash person looking to just take advantage of you just to get a green card. Because it's trash people all over the world. So you have to be careful no matter where you go. But I guess in foreign countries, it's basically trash amongst treasure compared to out here where it's just treasure amongst trash. I'd rather go somewhere where it's less trash to deal with than to go somewhere where there's a whole lot of trash to dig through just to find some treasure. And that's basically how the dating market is. But anyways, fair use.
Now, keep in mind this. You know, Cody says she has a son, and if I remember correct, I think she said he already has his passport.
I think she did when she was on Dee Dee's panel. Shout out to her for that one. I had a gentleman tell me that when his son get an 18, he's gonna get him a passport. So it's happening, y'all. It's happening.
So I would not be surprised if Cody pushes her son to do the same thing Passport Bros is doing. Like I said before, I've had her on my channel before. She's a big supporter. Cody, if you're watching this, I rock with you. I love you. I appreciate you. I wish I could get more women such as yourself to tune in and watch the channel because she be speaking nothing but facts, man. All right. But she's correct. I mean, it's funny because women complain so much about there being a shortage on good men, but y'all want to sit over here and say Passport Bros are the type of men that y'all don't want. But these are the type of men that are going to these other countries because they're trying to find meaningful relationships and start families.
Exactly. I mean, come on. You can't say American men are trash, but then when it's have to take their trash asses elsewhere away from y'all still complaining. You see, their narrative is black men can't compete out here in this country. We're not talking about competing with just their women, which is something you shouldn't be doing anyway. They can't compete with one another. Like, you can't compete with the high value man. You can't compete with this person, that person. Well, let's say these men can compete. What prize are they getting? If I won the Olympics first place, you think they're gonna give me a bronze trophy, a silver trophy, or a gold trophy? They're gonna give me the fucking gold trophy because that's what I worked for. I'm getting the gold trophy because I put in the work for it. Not the bronze or the silver, but the gold trophy. But in our dating market, even if we compete and win, we're getting the silver or the bronze trophy. We're not getting the gold. So why the hell should we stay out here in the West and compete for a bunch of women that ain't worth competing for? Why bother? And not only that, they will shame men for going overseas to deal with other women overseas. But guess what? The men who stay here in the United States of America and get with an American women, those American women, those same women are going to start shaming that same American women that the American man stayed behind for. So basically, you stay in the country, get married, start a family, and now them same shit that was shaming you for going overseas, they're not shaming you because you got a traditional wife. You will shame the same women that you're telling men to stay in the West for. How much sense does that make? Calling them mammies, pick-me's, their sons are dictators, stupid shit like that. It's not called for, honestly. But anyways, fair use.
And they can afford to go overseas and travel to do it. I don't understand what's wrong or what's dusty or what's broke about that. Notice how none of that makes any sense? This is them just trying to cope because they really have no argument against it. Instead of just womaning up and just being like, you know what, we got to do better and this ain't cool. But let's keep it moving.
That's okay. And then you keep talking and you keep talking like you're not making that's not a good, it's not a good look at all. And then you want to talk trash about the Passport Bros because they're leaving. And it's like, hold up. My dad, like I said, my dad's from Bermuda and I've been in Bermuda. I know what y'all do. I know what y'all do when you go to islands. I've heard it. I've seen it. They're disgusting. And they run up on younger men. My son is 12. He looks like he's 15.
Wow. Okay. So he could pass for a teenager, 12 years old. Must be the facial hair. I had it too. So hey.
There are grown women that are staring in my son's face.
Ooh, wait a minute, what the hell?
Problem that Black women don't want to bring up. They always
it's true. Black women can be predators too, but no one wants to talk about that now, do they?
want to drop that on the men. There is a really big problem going on here. There's a demographic of Black women that are just not, they're not going to make it because they don't want to try and make a change. But I think it might, even if they do want to make a change, I think it might be a little too late for them to find something proper. So I would much rather like to speak to the younger generation, get our hands on the young girls, so we can like, hey, the baby mama culture, that has backfired horribly. Not only has it splintered our community, but the adults that churn out of these households, the men and the women, are not doing very well. And we gotta stop that. Like, for her to go on there and trash that boy, he got the life kicked out of him. And for her to go back 10 years later and pull up his tweets, and then you want to plaster it all over the place. And then, like I said, and you got females like Asia Graves and Miss T in the comments, like, oh yeah, yay. Well, he said all this and the other thing about Black women. If you were killed, if you got shot, and I came on here and was like, I asked you for my language, that bitch deserved it. She said this, that, and the other thing about Black men. I hope her grandmama kicks the bucket. If I went on there and did all that, then I'd be an awful, terrible person.
Wow.
Yeah. So for you to co-sign any of that, that's disgusting.
Very.
Like, that's disappointing. It's extremely disheartening to see what's going on and how ladies are carrying it. So if you don't care about Black men, you don't want to be with a Black man, Black men don't protect me, all this other stuff, then go somewhere else. See how those white men treat you. They don't want you. They don't want you, and they will tell you they'll break you off. Everybody will break a Black woman off. They're not going to deny the sex, but they're not going to marry you. They're not going to put a ring on it. They're not going to have any kids with you on purpose.
On purpose.
For her to do that, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking, but your channel, Dee Dee, I love me some Bella rings. Shout out to her. Crimson Cure, Shantae, all of them.
Chantel.
I'm happy that your channels are up, because at least like women like me have some place to go and be able to speak and say something, and just to let our fellows know, like, we don't all think like that. All of us are not going to say, I don't think like that, I'm not that type of female, and then not say nothing. I'm not part of the sisterhood. There is no sisterhood. Excuse for my language again, Miss Sade. The first time some dick comes around the sisterhood, it's a wrap, and y'all know it.
Exactly. Let some dick come around, the kind that all the women want, and guess what? That old narrative, let's have each other baths, go out the window. It does, believe me. It can happen.
You know it. The first time some penis comes around, it's going to splinter. So the sisterhood thing, and to protect Black women, you're doing a horrible job with your little sisterhood and the protecting Black women. And I'll land my plane with that. Now you
Damn, she had a lot to say. That's the end of the video right there. Well, at least that part of it. Yeah, she had a lot to say in regards to the sisterhood. Yeah. Let some dick get into the picture, and now all that goes out the window. Yeah. Protect our Black women. Men ain't protected. Well, guess what? The sisterhood ain't doing a better job. The sisterhood would try to, I guess they're trying to protect, but they're really coming off as just sabotaging them. Telling them all Black men are this, all Black men are that. Ruining their chances of ever fighting a good man, because now they instill that same distrust in them. No, that's not helping. And now hold them accountable for their fuckery, that's not helping either. So who's to say the sisterhood is doing any better? Who's to say that? And yeah, that's the crazy thing about it. But anybody want to come up? The link is in the description. Angela C, if you're still back there listening, the link is in the description below. I want to hear your thoughts on this whole thing. What do you think? You think the sisterhood is all? Well, you said there's no sisterhood. I wish you could come up here and explain that. What you mean? What you mean? There is no sisterhood. I mean, I kind of agree, but give us some clarification on that. Let's see here. Okay, here's a video I want to show you guys. All right, let me know. I can't talk today. Let me know what you think about this video. Okay, fair use.
And this whole threat of women, oh, you're gonna grow old and die alone. No, we're not. We have our friends. We have our sisters.
Are they gonna take care of you when you're old? Like, they're only thinking about now or 5 years from now, max. I don't need kids. I don't need family. I got friends.
And that's a good point. Talking about we have our sisters. Well, guess what? When you're old and can't have, when you grow old and don't have kids, guess what? Your sister is not going to be there for you. Your sisters are not going to be there for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They're going to go on with their own little lives or whatever, and they're not going to be thinking about you like that. Honestly, they will not be thinking about you like that in the long run. So yeah, you can't just rely on the sisterhood. The same way you can't rely on the government to be a substitute man. Have to come to your senses and get with someone that's great. That's the bottom line. Get with someone that's great. All right, here's another short for y'all to check out. Fair use, fair use.
The feminist movement essentially has had a little bit over 50 years to do their little experiment on women and tell us, like, these are the things that are going to make you happy. Have sex like a man. Don't get married. If you do want to have a family, put your career first over that family. Have your family later. Attempt to have children in your, 30s, 40s. Be promiscuous. Get on birth control, which is rotting your mind and your body. All of this stuff. It has obviously failed. Anxiety, depression skyrocketed. My generation, the millennial generation, the girl boss movement was huge. All of the millennials who are now hitting their late 30s, early 40s and skipped having a family to pursue a career are all coming out in droves saying this was a mistake. I wish somebody would have talked to me about this. Gen Z, they're seeing millennials be really, really unhappy. We are seeing women totally ditch birth control and stuff. Homeschooling is on the rise. People opting maybe not to go to college. A lot of people just dropped out because of the pandemic and didn't go back. Women are waking up to a whole bunch of lies that we have been told.
Yep, and that's the lie women were told when they were younger. They were told, go to school, get an education, don't worry about having kids, let alone having sex. Don't worry about any of that stuff, get that later. But then when you're 30-some years old, hitting the wall, and no one's checking for it, what you gonna do then? And not only that, let's say you do have kids while you're in your 20s. You're having kids by a man that's not going to be there for you, instead of having a kid by a man that you were at least in a committed relationship with and y'all made plans to marry in the long run. That's So yeah, they were sold a lie. They were sold on a big lie. The sisterhood was sold on this big ass lie, and they started spreading it to other women. So yeah, it's a real crapshoot when you think about it. It is a real crapshoot. And it's just a crash shame how we've fallen. Now, before I get into my next video, I want to put this message out again for everyone.
Like, comment, and subscribe, because it's just what the doctor prescribed.
All right, with that being said, let's get into my next video. This one is by Sarah Gravy. It's titled "The Sisterhood is Fake. They don't like each other." It's like a podcast / interview. Okay, let's see what these people have to say, and I'll give my take on whatever it is they're saying. All right, fair use, people, fair use.
I don't think women like other women.
Do tell.
And when I say that, I'll mean this. Go get one, bro. Let me get a drink for that real quick. Go get one. And the reason why I say I don't think women like other women is because as a woman, yeah, if we were to bring in 3 more women in here right now, instantly the women are going to be sizing you up. They're going to be looking at your hair. They're gonna be looking at your shoes. They're gonna be looking at what you're wearing. They're gonna be and in their head, they're creating a whole scenario of what kind of woman is this? And then when you start speaking, they're gonna be like, oh, what, she thinks that she's this, yeah? Women generally see other women as competition, right?
Exactly. That's what it is, competition. Now, you could say the same thing for us men, too. We tend to size one another up, too. So I guess when you stop and think about it, or better yet, that begs the question. Anybody in the chat that's listening in, that begs the question. Who's more competitive, men or women? Do you think men compete with each other more intensely? Or do you think women compete with each other more intensely? Let me know in the comments what you think about that. But anyways, fair use.
And so what happens is that what happens when women don't like other women is that because of the competitive nature, who are they competing for?
Okay, Allie, show me your ring. Oh, here. Now tell me what you do for a living.
Oh, I love my husband.
Wow. How did you get that awesome job?
Good answer.
Well, I became a better human being, and I became feminine and also shocking, submissive. So that was the secret.
That's what I'm talking
about.
about.
What are your tips to women that want to be a housewife?
To embrace it. It's an actual job. You just can't get it in the public or private sector. Like you need a man to hire you for it, but that's okay. Because if you think about it, you submit to your boss who makes you clean stupid shelves at your retail job, right? Like,
and that's a good point. Women will submit to their bosses at work, but when it comes to their husbands at home, they want to be in charge of every goddamn thing. They want to be in control of every goddamn thing. I tell you. So why is it that y'all ladies will go to work and be all cooperative with your bosses, but yeah, when they come down to your husbands, it's like y'all don't want to cooperate with them, or men outside of work in general? Why is that? Now I understand your boss pays your salary, gives you a paycheck. He does pay you possibly, I guess, good money for doing a good job. But is your boss going to be there for you when you're in debt? Probably not. Is he going to be there for you when your car breaks down? Nope. Is he going to be there for you when your kids need to be picked up from school when you can't do it? Nope. That's what you need a man for. A good quality man, aka a husband. That's what they're for. So yeah, you can't just flip that submission switch on when at work, but then turn it back off when you get off. You got to have that desire to submit embedded in you at all times. Now, no one is saying you got to submit to everybody. That's not fun. You got to choose who you submit to, yes, but have that desire to be submissive already in your mind. Let it come out naturally. That's all I'm saying. And Angela C says women compete more intensely. So okay, so you agree that women compete more intensely than women do. Okay. I kind of thought it was an even trade, but to each his own, I guess. But anyways, fair use, fair use.
Wouldn't it be better if you were cleaning your own shelves at home? You know what I mean? And your boss wants to sleep with you in a good way. In a good way.
And where?
So
your boss will sleep with you in a good way. Oh man, in a good way, she says. Wow. Okay.
Woman will look at your jacket and be like, "Oh, that's not even the right shade of brown." It's true. I've seen it.
You just start
saying things.
They'll make beef out of
nothing. Which is why women change their friends every 3 months.
Every new circle.
Because women don't like other women. They see other women as competition.
Yeah.
The only time men see men as competition is when it comes to success.
Yeah.
Yep. That's true. The only time we're in competition with each other when it comes to success. It could be work, it could be sports, it could be anything. When it comes to success, that's when we tend to get competitive. But I suppose y'all ladies are competitive at goddamn everything. Who can wear the best clothes? Who can get the best kind of man? Who can do this, that, and the third? Now, granted, we men do that too, but that was back in high school and maybe college, yes. But some of the ladies are just naturally competitive at damn near everything. That's why they're constantly sizing each other up. Like who do I have to contend with? Get around the traditional woman, knowing damn well you're not a traditional woman yourself, and see how you act. That kind of competition. But me as a man, I can be around a married man or a traditional man and not give a fuck. I'm not married. I don't have a desire to get married, but I can still be around other married men and not see competition between us, at least not that kind of competition. Again, we'll compete when it comes to success, maybe some sports, but that's about it. I don't compete with people like that. But that's just my take. Fair use.
They don't see a man. I'm not looking at your hair thinking, I'm bald. Oh, man's got hair. Oh, you know what?
And yes, I'm bald headed too, just so y'all know. I ain't got no hair on my head either. So yeah, I don't do that. I don't look at other men and be like, this guy got more muscles than me. Oh, whoa. Okay, sometimes I do that, but I don't. But it just gives me more incentive to want to keep going to the gym, pumping iron. Or maybe this guy's a better martial artist than me. More incentive to continue training until I'm at my martial arts peak. So yeah, we don't compete in the same light as women do. Anyways, fair use.
We don't get this guy. It's just like he's just different from me. Do you know what I mean? I just think women generally do not like other women, and I think that plays into like the dating market, the marriage, and I think that's the reason why Ali got so much hate,
because they're not in her position,
right?
And they're hating on that, right? Because they want to be.
I agree.
You know what I mean? But they ain't gonna say that because it's on social media. They're gonna hate.
Have you found as a woman yourself that women look at you and hate?
Yes. Yeah.
And there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. There you go.
Is it, and why do you think that is? Is that because of your looks, success, or both of the above?
Both. Yeah, both.
Like men, like I've said men in general now are becoming a little bit more feminine.
Yeah.
Where they start looking at a man's looks. Like, oh, what he's looking like this. Is like, bro, men don't do that.
You're right. We don't do that. The most I've ever done was something like, well, this guy got more muscles than me. Now I got to go back to the gym and continue pumping iron or take some workout supplements, whatever. Do more at-home exercises. That's what we look at. Me, I have more of an incentive to keep getting better if there's someone better than me. But women are quick to bite each other's heads off when they see someone better that's probably better than them. So yeah, it is kind of different. At least that's how I handle the so-called competition. But anyways, fair use.
Like, stop that. Like, I don't care about what a man looks like.
Mm.
If you
I don't
want to look
either.
at Bill Gates, or you want to look at Steve Jobs, or you want to, they're looking at a man. You look at Jay-Z, or we're looking at his success. We don't care what Jay-Z looks like. We care that he's got $1 billion in the bank. That's what we care about. We don't care about the fact that he looks different. So I think, yeah, when it comes to competition, men and women have different competitions, and I think in the dating market and the marriage market, personally, would get going back to the video, I think the reason why Ali was receiving so much hate is because women, one, probably saw her, probably thought that she was, you know, attractive, and probably hating on that. They won't say it though.
They won't. Yeah, it's true.
No, they'll never say it. Believe me, they won't.
I saw women in the comment section saying, "What, can't she get a better dress?"
What's the point of the video? Does that relate?
I was like, yo,
where's the
I saw women in the comment section saying, "What, can't she get a better dress?"
What's the point of the video? Does that relate?
I was like, yo,
where's the correlation? Like,
not even like involving with the context.
And I've realized that actually when I talk about some of the things I talk about on my videos, there will literally be people who just start mentioning random things. Why is your hair
women
like
or
that?
men?
Mainly women, yeah. I mean, sometimes it has been men, sometimes it has been
right,
men.
okay.
But it's mainly women, yeah. They'll be like, oh, why's your hair look like that? Oh, why'd you do that? Oh, this. I'm like, but that's not the point. Like, does it really matter? Like, if what I'm saying, if it's a 60 seconds clip of me talking and all you're focusing on is how I look,
yes,
it's like, what?
Because that's women for you, isn't it? It's competition.
I've seen that too.
Because there was a comment on Ali's video, right? And they were saying, oh, you sound like you can kind of be taken advantage of if you're a housewife, right? You can be taken advantage of, and if that man decides to quote unquote cancel you, from the relationship, what are you gonna do, right? So I think a lot of women in this generation have a fear of marriage because they fear, like, if you go into a relationship with fear,
you're bound to fail.
You're bound to fail.
You know what it is? I said this. I've been saying this for a long time. Life is about risk, you know. You understand?
I could have told you that life is risky. Yeah.
If you go into a relationship hoping that, like, thinking of like, oh, what if this happens? What if this? It's gonna happen. You know what I mean? just take that risk. Just make sure it don't happen. Make your partner happy.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Oh my God, that is such a good point. Do you know how many times I've seen people talk about, like, when it comes to commitment, it's like, oh yeah, but this went wrong, that went wrong. If you really want it, you will make it work.
You know what it is? You know what a lot of people do? People go into new relationships with past trauma. And
they go into them broken. Yep, that's a true fact.
When people do that, the past trauma creeps up in them so much, and they don't know that they're bringing that trauma that is gonna fuck up the new relationship. You understand? I feel like people need to. You know what? I've been saying this. Therapy. Like, even though therapy is like you have to pay for therapy, therapy helps you out a lot, man, because it makes you realize like problems within yourself that you don't know on your surface level of your brain, isn't it?
I just completed 6 months of therapy, just to put that out there.
Go see. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Would you say that women are happy in these days? Like, are women happy?
That's a good question. I'm gonna answer that myself. A majority of them, no, they're not. But a small minority, yeah, they are. But the majority are not happy. No. And by the way, anybody in the comments that listening in, do y'all think women today are happy? Yes, no, maybe, or majority of them are happy? What do y'all think? Let me know in the comments what y'all think. Anyway, it's fair use.
In relationships generally nowadays.
In relationships.
Are women happy?
Not in relationships. No.
You have to expand on that now.
Yeah. I mean, there'll be different reasons, and there's different factors that will come into play. Like, first one being because of past trauma.
Okay.
They might still have contact with their exes. They just their feelings just might be all over the place. They haven't healed, and that's where a lot of the confrontation will come from. There will be so much anger and bitterness that they have gained from their past traumas that they will just exert onto their partner. They will
That's a true fact. Whatever trauma you went through from your past partner, you can't bring that into the new relationship, honestly. And I think men and women are guilty of that. Whatever trauma you went through, now you got to carry it over into the new relationship. You got all these goddamn trust issues and shit that you haven't gotten past. So no, people who are going through trauma cannot get into a new relationship. And I have reason to believe that relationships are just not for everybody, because some people are so traumatized that they're just beyond fixing, especially when they're older. People in their mid-30s and up, no. Some people you just can't fix, because they say the older we get, the more stuck in our ways we get. So if you're 30-something years old, still healing, you're stuck in your ways at that point. So shoot, you may just be a lost cause in that regard. But anyways, I digress. Fair use.
Take it all out on them. Every little thing is a trigger for them.
Have you seen that?
I have seen that, yes. And then I think another factor that comes into play.
Wait, hold on.
Go on.
If you've seen that from a friend.
Yes.
So you've seen that from a friend. Do you like?
I correct them. Yes.
Do you correct them?
Yes. Male or female?
Like what would be the response from them? Like, would it be in a negative way or would it be in a positive way? I mean, would they take your advice and learn?
People don't listen. I think in this situation, when it comes to relationships, male or female, people don't listen.
Okay.
I've seen from my male best friends, he's the number one culprit who just doesn't listen. No matter how many times I tell him, like, okay, you're not in a position to be going in a relationship right now. You're not in a position to be talking to this person right now. Like, you're not in a good state. Mentally, you're not fine. You'll go in there anyways, or go terrible. Come back to me, and I'm like, well, should have listened to me. Same thing happens.
Yep. So I told you it goes both ways. Even we men ain't safe from that. I'm sorry to tell you. Even as men, we not safe from that. It happens, believe me. So it goes both ways. Even as men, we're not safe from that. So I tell men and women, don't go into a new relationship knowing you're not ready for it. Bottom line.
Like, if I see that a woman is going to do something wrong, or if it's irrational, I'll call her out on it.
Yeah, good for you, my sister. Good for you. And that's the end of the video. She was spot on with that. I love it. So it's pretty safe. It's good to know that not all women feel this way. Anyways, anybody back there? Anybody want to come up? The link is in the description. Feel free to come up and let's discuss this. Okay, now on to my next video. This one says shout out to the University Guru. She said, what female friends did to me, the sisterhood wound. Okay, let's hear this little story. This ought to be interesting. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, before we get into this, I have to put this disclaimer up here for obvious reasons. All right, before I show any content, let me put this up here. Because you know how YouTube be there, just so full of shit. Fair use, ladies and gentlemen. Fair use, fair use.
Hey guys, hello everyone. So I'm just over here resting in bed today after a fantastic rebirth, our 5th annual New Year intensive event. It is pouring outside. I don't know if you can see, it's raining. And I thought I would share a message with you that I just sent out to my email list, which by the way, you need to be on if you have not signed up yet. The link is in the description box. This is such a huge manifestation in my life that I can't talk about this enough. And I'm getting ready to, in the month or two, even teach on this topic more. And this is the topic of sisterhood. This is a super important topic in my life because, oh my God, did I long for a sisterhood so bad. Female friendships, just soul connecting female friendships. I desired this so bad in my life that I allowed myself to have really toxic friendships at certain areas in my, or certain points in my journey, because I wanted it so bad. You know how when you want something so bad, like you'll just take like crumbs, or you'll just take a less than version of it?
Damn these ads. Okay, let's try this again.
And now in my life, when I do have really sacred, healing, transformative friendships, the kind that I always wanted and desired, I can't stress the importance of this enough. And today I want to share with you 3 things. Many more have happened, but 3 things that female friendships have done to me that I think you may find useful. And they weren't things that I was thinking up before I went on this path of healing my sisterhood wound. So one is that having strong, sacred, safe, this is an important word, safe female friendships.
Emphasis on the word safe. Yeah.
Has improved all other relationships in my life. So it's like the nourishment and the healing and the transformation that comes from having female friendships. I think it just creates this beautiful ripple effect in all other areas of your life, in human relationships, but also like my relationship with my body, my relationship with my work, like everything else seems so heightened. And I don't know if it's just because I just deeply desired this so badly in my life, but it has really impacted all other relationships in my life. So that's number 1. Number 2, which is kind of a funny one.
Yeah, she found some safe girlfriends to be around, and I guess they changed her life for the better, basically. Good for her.
And that is that it's improved my relationship even more and deepened polarity between my husband and I. Turns out,
so she's married. Cool. Shout out to you.
Because I really craved female friendships, I was oftentimes treating my husband as a girlfriend.
Which, by the way, you should never do. You know goddamn well you don't treat your husband as one of your girlfriends. Come on. The same way he shouldn't treat you as one of his homeboys. Really, come on. You don't open up to him in that manner like he's one of your girlfriends, okay? Yeah, I know it's easy. It's easy. I know it's hard to explain, but come on, ladies, you cannot you cannot treat your husband as if he's one of your girlfriends. Now, Angela, see if you're back there listening in. Do you treat your husband as if he's one of your girlfriends? Feel free to answer me in the chat. Because you know, as a married woman, you can't do that, okay? He's your husband, he's your best friend, he's your mate. He's not someone, he's not one of your girlfriends. I say go to one of your female relatives for any kind of emotional stuff, but don't go to your husband for that kind of stuff. I'm just saying. Do you agree with me or not? Let me know in the chat, or come on the live stream and let's talk about this. Your choice, your choice. But anyways, fair use, fair use.
And of course, my husband and I are best friends. So, I love that. But he's not my girlfriend, right?
Exactly.
Like you need there's a different container for girlfriends. It fills a different void. It fulfills a different desire. And so now that I'm not, having unnecessary conversations with my husband, which completely, by the way, neutralizes polarity. You don't want to do that. Not a good thing. Now that I can, text.
Hold on.
And so now that I'm not, having unnecessary conversations with my husband, which completely, by the way, neutralizes polarity. You don't want to do that. Not
unnecessary conversations with her husband. Yep, that's the way it goes. And anybody listening back there, do you agree that a woman should not treat her husband as if he's one of her girlfriends? Like having unnecessarily emotional conversations with their husband. Do you think women should do that? I say no, you shouldn't. But let me know what you think in the comments.
A good thing. Now that I can, text my girlfriends and call up my friends and just be like, hey, what do you think about this? Or my friend and I are constantly sending each other pictures of shoes and handbags and clothing items, right? So I don't have to do that with my husband now. And so that polarity, which is so important for that sexual.
Yeah, that's a good point. The things you do with your girlfriends, you shouldn't do them with your husband and vice versa. Ain't nothing wrong with you having girlfriends outside the marriage. Just make sure you set boundaries for them. I did a whole show on that. Setting boundaries, having friends, period, outside of your marriage. We all know the opposite sex is off limits, but as far as the same gender is concerned, yes, you can, but set some freaking boundary. Don't be bringing your girlfriends around your husband like that. Unless one of them got a man of their own, when y'all could do a little double date. That might work. Just saying. But anyways, fair use.
Attraction in long-term relationships. When you're dating someone, you can have that naturally for about 18 months is what science has found. But if you want to have that relationship, that sexual polarity forever, okay, you need to be more mindful of these little things that we do that sabotage it, like trying to treat our partner like a girlfriend, okay?
Never do that. Angela, you don't do your husband like that. You about to listen. You don't do your husband like that, do you? Or did you do that at one point, found out it was a mistake and stopped it? Which one is it? Let me know in the comments what you think. Fair use.
The third one is quite interesting because you guys know I have a communications background. And one of the things that I learned in my studies in communications was these studies kept coming up about how if you had a sister growing up, your communication skills were heightened. So having a sister improves your communication skills in childhood. And this was actually even strongly so for men, okay, for boys, that if a boy had a sister, a boy child had a sister, his communication skills would be above his peers who didn't have a sister. So that was fascinating to me.
What, as a man didn't have a sister? I'm not sure if I can relate to that. I've had female cousins, but they visit me like, I don't know, 3 times a year or something like that during the holidays, whatever. That's all I had back then, but it is what it is.
Well, it turns out that is actually also true for female friendships, because I've noticed in myself that since I've had these safe, sacred, transformative female friendships, that my level of compassion, empathy, communications, listening skills have been so deepened and heightened. And I love that because I get to bring that to my work. I get to bring that to my other relationships, like I said. And so that's definitely been added plus that I wasn't thinking about any of these things. Obviously, when desire shows up, Mina jumps, right? Like, I don't argue with God about my desires. I just do the damn thing that is being shown to me. But it's nice to be on the other side and see all of these like nice little fun side effects showing up in my life. So if you have a core sisterhood wound that prevents you from having friends or the right kind of friends, because remember, quality is way more important than quantity when it
I could have told you that. It's about who you have, not how many you have. Right.
comes to female friendships. Like, so much more important. There's an evolutionary reason for this. Toxic friends are way worse as women than they are as men.
Yeah, they are. I could have told you that. I think they're both equally bad, but she said that it's worse for women than it is for men, but each his own.
Obviously, they're bad for everyone,
yep.
But we are just more greatly impacted by that because of the way that we have evolved. So quality matters. So if you have a sisterhood wound, I highly, highly, highly recommend my Physics of Femininity course. Not a lot of people realize that there is a really deeply healing, nourishing sisterhood wound exercise in that course. Maybe I haven't talked about this enough. And later this year, I will be adding friendship exercises and like my entire journey of how I was able to attract this level of friendship in my life now. I have promised you guys that I was going to put that in a course. I'm actually going to put that in the Physics of Femininity, which is my digital online course. So you can grab that in the description box. And if you're really like, this is real for you, if you are serious, you know that the level of community and female friendships that come out of my online community, my courses, my in-person events is unreal. It's like next level stuff. For those of you guys that have experienced it, I know you can attest to this. Well, I know I just wrapped up my Rebirth Houston
and good. She has a course that teaches women how to be feminine. I like that. At least she's doing some good for the community. Anyways, anybody want to come up? The link is in the comments. Feel free to hit that link. Come up here and talk to your boy. Today's topic, the sisterhood is a lie, aka the sisterhood ain't shit. And we're going to talk about the Simone, Biles, Jonathan, Owens situation to further insinuate this point. Anyways, where was I? Okay, fair use, fair use.
But I have just also announced my Millionaires Miami intensive. So this is happening in March. It's coming up real quick. We've already had, at the time of this filming, 12 people sign up, and I haven't even announced it on YouTube, okay? Only my email list and a few handful of private clients know about this. So about half of the seats are already gone. So if this is something that interests you, I definitely invite you to join us for this in-person event. That in-person energy is just so different, okay? It just, as much as I love teaching online courses, trust me when I say that in-person energy is just next level stuff. So if you're going to be in the Miami area or not, you're just planning to come see us. Hello, we're important enough, okay? Female friendships are important enough. Come see us in Miami on March 1st and 2nd. Link is in the description box. Today,
yeah, very nice. I kind of like this woman. Very soft-spoken, very feminine, the whole nine. I like it. And that's the whole nine. The sisterhood is a lie, and these women just kind of confirmed it. So yeah, ladies, I said you're gonna have female friends or whatever. I say you need to choose your female friends carefully, because like the man in the previous video just said, women are constantly in competition with one another. Y'all ladies compete, and even my homegirl Angela C just confirmed it. Yeah, women compete more intensely than men. I never know. Well, I noticed women compete intensely, but I've always thought it was us men because we're biologically programmed to be competitive by nature. But then again, maybe competitiveness is a human nature. But like the man just said, we men compete when it comes to success. We don't compete when it comes to looks and fashion. And I ain't talking about when you was in middle school trying to see who can, I don't know, who got the fanciest Jordans or the fanciest Chicago Bulls gear or basketball, football gear and stuff like that. That was all good when you were in high school because you were superficial like that. But when you grow older, you start competing for more I don't know, conventional thing like success, maybe sports, stuff like that. We don't compete as far as who's got the better haircut, who's got the fanciest clothes, whose facial structure. We don't look at men like that. Seriously, we don't look at men in that fashion, but y'all ladies look at each other. Y'all notice every goddamn thing, from the color of her hair to the color of her eyes to what kind of shoes she's wearing, everything. Y'all sass each other up with the greatest attention to detail. So yeah, maybe women do compete in the same manner, but they do it a bit more intensely because they look at everything in attention to detail. As men, we don't do that. We compete in terms of success. But that's just how that goes. But that sisterhood stuff can really be a detriment if it's not the right kind of people. Angela C said there is no sisterhood. I wish she'd come up here and explain that to me, but hey, she might have a point there. There is no sisterhood because it's basically every woman for himself. And that's what every woman for herself, basically. Every chick is out for their goddamn self. That's what you're talking about. Then yeah, I agree. There is no goddamn sisterhood. Because all these broads are just out for their goddamn selves. That's the way that is. But anyways, I talked about that long enough. Anybody want to chime in, hit the link before I move on to the next topic to coincide with this whole sisterhood ain't shit narrative. Oh, wait, before I forget, there's still some more videos I want to show off. Let me know what y'all think of this. Let me know what y'all think of these videos.
So
Hold on.
apparently everyone on TikTok thinks I'm ugly. The ones that bother me are the girls because I can't imagine like being a girl knowing what it's like, the pressure that you feel, and then going on some other girl's TikTok and being like, oh my god, you're ugly.
This is the quote sisterhood. If you're any woman at all with any sort of beauty, anything pretty about you, it's crabs in a bucket. They'll tear you down and tell you why you're a pick-me, why you're not special, why you're just doing this for attention. But the moment some 400-pound ogre gets on there talking about how confident she feels, the comment section is beaming with positivity.
So apparently everyone on TikTok thinks I'm ugly. The ones that bother me are the girls because I can't imagine like being a girl knowing what it's like, the pressure that you feel, and then going on some other girl's TikTok and being like, oh my god, you're ugly.
This is the quote sisterhood. If you're any woman at all with any sort of beauty, anything pretty about you, it's crabs in a bucket. They'll tear you down and tell you why you're a pick-me, why you're not special, why you're just doing this for attention. But the moment some 400-pound ogre gets on there talking about how confident she feels, the comment section is beaming with positivity.
Yep, there's some truth to that, unfortunately. The beautiful, fit, feminine, friendly women can't even assert themselves without the sisterhood coming down on their happy asses. Like the man just said, let it be a beautiful woman who's fit, feminine, and friendly, say she's this, that, and the third, and watch her get a lot of hate from the sisterhood. But let it be some obese shit that looks like Shrek come on there. And now all the positive stuff, and she gets all the positive attention out there. Okay, now let's see if I have another one to show. This should be my last little clip before we move on to the next topic of today. Okay, ladies and gents, fair use, fair
it's
use.
It's funny how even when Derek Jackson announced his divorce, you had all these females were in there co-signing him, or basically nobody was consoling his wife. See, none of the females were going at his wife to try to console her. They were all rushing up in his DMs talking about if you need to be happy, you doing the right thing. Now they patting him on the back, consoling him because now he's open, he's fair game. See, that's the thing. There is no sisterhood. This community is broken. The culture that we live under is a farce, and this is a destruction of it. He is a prime example of how destroyed this so-called community is. You're seeing it right now firsthand. They are making him the metric, him the model, and he is the standard, quote unquote. And you see the result of it. These women will step over Derek Jackson's wife's carcass just to get to him. There ain't no sisterhood. There ain't none of this loyalty amongst these women. They are all trying to get out here, and look what they'll do to their own sisters. Look what happened with the female, what's the name? Who just
And that's a good point too. Y'all remember when Derek Jackson cheated on his wife not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 fucking times? He cheated on that woman, and the sisterhood still backed him up. When he divorced her, like the man said, when he divorced her, they started sliding his DMs trying to get at his happy ass. My God. And y'all talk about loyalty amongst the sisterhood, knowing good and well that if something went wrong in the relationship with another man, y'all the first ones hopping on that shit. So yeah, maybe there is no loyalty amongst the sisterhood. I mean, seriously, Derek Jackson's a cheating piece of garbage, but yet the ladies still support his happy ass, even still subscribe to his channel, even still giving him more money, all because they feel some kind of way about him. Let it be some average to below average looking dude. I bet you he wouldn't get that same kind of response from cheating on his wife. It's like y'all have these high expectations for the unattractive men, but the low expectations for the highly attractive men that y'all actually like. It's like y'all don't expect loyalty from these guys. Y'all don't expect loyalty from Derek Jackson. Y'all don't expect loyalty from any man that y'all find attractive. In fact, y'all just waiting for the day he cheats or gets cheated on, so y'all could simply swoop in and take him for yourself. It's a crapshoot out there. Our dating market is such a crapshoot now, and the sisterhood is not making it any better. I'm telling you, they just not. It's a real mess out there. But anyways, oh man, I think I talked about this long enough. I don't have any more videos showcasing that, but I will add this in here before we get to the Simone Biles and Jonathan Owens situation. Now, if there's anybody in the comments that can see this, wherever you are, if you're looking at this, let me show you this picture. Look at this picture right here. This picture says, y'all can read better than I could, the 90s, mileage, 30 kilograms, dignity, yes, engine, used but like new. Number of kids, 4 kids from the same father. And that was between the year 1940 and 1999. Okay, well said. Well, good enough for me. But I want to say this, I think by the early 90s, that's when all that shit started to go downhill. I think all this independent boss chick, baby mama culture took off, was slowly making waves sometime in the mid to late 90s. I believe so. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it did. If I'm wrong, feel free to correct me on this. And then you have it says versus Emma 2000. Mileage, 650,000 kilograms. Dignity, no. Engine, broke beyond repairs. 4 kids with 4 different fathers. That was between 2000, the year 2000, and present day 2024. That sounds about accurate. What do y'all think? Anybody in the comments section, let me know what you think of that. Does that sound accurate to y'all? The woman on the left is represented women in the 1940s going to the 1990s before the millennium era. And the chick on the right is representation of what women are like for the last 20 plus years. 24, fast forward 24 years. And for the last 24 years, the woman on the right is what we've been seeing. Does that sound accurate to anybody listening in on the chat? Let me know what you think about that. Let me know what you think about that. Because it seems about right to me. Except for the fact it said 1940, 1999. I want to say it started earlier than that. Maybe the mid to late 90s. I don't know. But that's that. Now let's look at some of these comments that people were saying about this video. This man says men are the same, having many babies, just saying. Yep, well, there's some truth to that. There is some truth to that. That's why I said earlier when I was talking to my homegirl Mella, I blame both sides. Having kids all over the goddamn place. Women are responsible because they let these men slide in them raw, but at the same time, it's the woman's fault because she allowed women's fault. It's the women's fault because she allowed the man to slide into the room, but at the same time, it's the man's fault because he should have known to wrap it up. You can't put two irresponsible people in the same room together, have them procreate, and expect positive results. It just ain't happening like that. It's just not happening like that. Okay, Ace Jackson says, do one for the men to make it fair. Well, how far have men evolved over the last decade, couple decades? We see how women have evolved. How have men evolved? Wait, I think I could think of one. I know back in the 50s, all the way down to the 90s, you had masculinity at its highest. Back in the day, the man with the big, strong muscles, nice hairstyle, he was the symbol of masculinity back then. So I guess you could say masculinity was more or less alive back in those days compared to how it is today. Fast forward to the 2000s, masculinity started to go down. 2024 is hardly any masculine men left. Now you got men being more feminine than being almost as feminine as the women are. Now you got men back in the day, men wore baggy pants and maybe some tight shirts, but now they're wearing tight pants, which became a thing in early 2009, by the way, which I think is just utterly uncalled for. So yeah, men have evolved, but not for the better. Women have evolved as far as corporate wise for the better, as far as fertility, as far as feminine wise for the worst. Or you could say women have evolved while men have simply devolved, because back then men were the ones dominating the workplace. Men were the ones dominating education. Now you're seeing women dominating that. So maybe women have evolved and men have devolved. What do y'all think? Do y'all think women have evolved and men have devolved? What do you think? We've all devolved in some manner. What do y'all think? Let me know in the comments below. Okay, this comment says, and where were the dudes in all of this? Maybe if it was a first one step, maybe if the first one just stepped up. Just saying. I know some women literally push men to leave, but there are some good women that got damaged by bad men. Again, just saying. Well, that's true. There is some truth to that. There are some men who damage good women. Don't get me wrong. But that doesn't mean take your trauma out on everybody out there. I tell any man, don't be out here having kids by women you're not trying to be in a relationship with or don't marry. You're looking for a pump and dump. The Christian good girl is not what you need. I tell any man that. And I tell any female, stop giving these reckless pookies and ray-rays access to their wounds. I call that on both sides. This person says some folks fix upper. Okay. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem, right? True that. You are part of the problem. Now let's move on to some more comments. This person said, okay, that must be your back hurt. I feel wrong. Why are we always comparing women to objects, y'all? This analogy doesn't seem to make sense. You could have taken mileage and engine bits out of it and had a point. But then you have to wreck the argument by dehumanizing the Okay, why are we comparing women to objects? I don't know. It sounds kind of funny when you think about it, because women do a hell of a job objectifying their goddamn selves, looking at themselves and putting themselves out there as objects. But I guess when we call it out as men, we're not supposed to do that. I mean, women compare us to objects too. Women are like cars, men are like a business. Women look at men as a walking ATMs with dicks. Half of y'all ladies look at us men as if we're walking ATMs with penises. That's all y'all look at us as. But y'all complain when we look at y'all as just walking coochies. You got to call it out on both sides. This person says, stop making a mess. Stop talking this about black women. Post the other races. Well, other races don't have this problem as much as black community does. I'm just saying. They don't. This person said, it isn't coherent, let alone accurate. How is it not accurate? That's all you see nowadays. The chick on the right, that's all you see nowadays. This is all you see for the most part. Not so much the woman on the left. Okay. This person said one looks like a slave, the other looks like she's got her underwear. Both my kids got the same dad, but this is still ignorant. Tell you what the hell are you talking about? It's ignorant, yet it's true. Okay, this person said both get cheated on and both get left and both get slept and both get slept with. Just saying, you want women to do better, be better men. Neither probably have a father. Okay, so you're saying if women want to get better, men got to get better. How about both sides get fucking better? Well, I put all of this on men. You want women, in order for women to do better, if women want to do better, be better men. Okay, so why the holy mother of fuck shall be a better man for a woman that's not going to be better her goddamn self? The self-improvement goes both ways, sweetheart. And you're right, neither probably had a father. But yeah, women will use that as a goddamn excuse to justify their goddamn behavior. As men, we can't do that. We are held more accountable for our fuckery compared to women. This one said there's a lot of mileage. There's a lot of high mileage women in the comment section trying to justify the thottery golden age. Because when it comes down to it, you have to compare them to a car. A woman with a body count is damn near in the same light as a car with a lot of mileage on it. It has no value. It's not going to be as pricey as it was when it first came out. So yeah, some of these people's responses are ridiculous. Let's see what this one has to say. Okay, I already saw that one. Never mind. Okay, this person at the top said, women trying to blame men. If women require men to marry them in order to gain sexual access, then women would never get pregnant in the first place. And I assure you, there is no guy out there who's looking to get married just to get some short-term booty. True that. But who wants to, but who is it? But who was it that wanted sexual liberation? This shit is so small. I'm trying to read the best way I can, so bear with me here. Okay, this says, but who was it that wanted sexual liberation, aka be able to have sex with whomever they wanted without judgment? Yeah, we can thank the 60s for that. I did a live stream on that last week or the week before, how sexual liberation has fucked up our dating market. So yeah, he ain't lying. This one says women. This says women. Exactly, women did it. And only people who benefit from that sexual liberation are men. There's a truth to that. I mean, y'all ladies said y'all want to have a body count like men. Y'all want to be sexually outgoing like men. And men are just capitalizing on it. So I don't have to marry you just to get access to you sexually. I can let you be a hoe as long as you go out here giving me pussy whenever I want it. It's all good. Marriage is no longer on the table. Okay, whatever. This guy, so that's a good point right there. Putting all the blame on men. You want men to get better, but don't want women to get better. That's what I have a problem with. This person said men of the 90s were men of the 2000s. Must check first are some feminines, whatever. This woman said lies. Women back in 40, 50 years ago, mostly men for income, relied mostly on men for income. There are many secrets hidden paternity due to that ancestry DNA. Okay. Now, granted, maybe back in the 1940s, women were messing around and sleeping around, but the thing is that they were so low key with it back in the day because they fear getting caught. Back in the day, if you had a child of wedlock, you were either chained or you had to move out of town because you violated some biblical principle or some societal norm. So yeah, people were doing that back in the 40s and 50s, but it wasn't as abundant back then. Plus, there was shame for it. So yeah. And I can imagine getting away with paternity fraud back then, because back then they didn't have the technology to find out if the child was really hers, was really her father's. Back then, no, men couldn't just find out is he truly the biological father of his sons and or daughters. Back then, you couldn't do that too much because they didn't have the technology needed for it. But yeah, look at how people are just defending this nonsense, especially these ladies defending this stuff. saying that it's all nonsense. Oh, this guy said it's sad though. It's true. It's all due to the poison people call music and being pumped into people's ears and subconsciously. Yep, that's a true fact too. But yeah, these ladies, some of them, this one said, I was married, but it doesn't matter. They still judge harshly. And to a degree, you may be right. Even when you're married, they still judge you harshly, saying you're a pick-me, you're a man-me, you're this, that, and the third. Yeah, they do that. Unfortunately, they do that. Unfortunately, they do that. Even if you're married and don't subscribe to 304 culture, they're still going to judge you. But would you rather be judged for doing something right or be judged for doing something wrong? Which is it? Which do you prefer? But anyways, just want to highlight that for a bit. Some women were supporting this bullshit, calling it nonsense, trying to put all the blame on men. There you go, the sisterhood, put it all on men to do better. Didn't say shit about what women need to do. How about men and women get better for themselves? That's the way it needs to be. How about men and women get better for themselves, first and foremost? And Miller said, always do the right thing. Yep, I agree. Always do the right thing. But yeah, I'm not sure you were listening in, Miller, but what you thought about those pictures I just showed you? Woman on the right from the 40s through 90s, woman on the left, 2000s to present day. That's how women have evolved. That's the evolution of our women. Or I like to call it a de-evolution. I think of it as a de-evolution. Again, how you go from this on the left-hand side to this on the right-hand side? You call that evolution? I call that de-evolution to me. Oh, man. So that's crazy. Yeah, okay, hold on. Ah, there it is. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if nobody wants to come up and talk about this anymore, I'm just going to take this down. I'm going to move on to the final topic of the day before I close up. And by the way, anybody want to come up, the link is in the description. Feel free to come up and talk to your boy. And not only that, here's something else I want people to do while they're on my panel.
Like, comment, and subscribe, because it's just what the doctor prescribed.
Yep, there's your message. Now for the final topic of the day, let's talk about another controversial topic. Let's talk about Olympic gymnast Simone Biles and her now husband, football player Jonathan Owens. Oh, thank you, Mel. I appreciate it. Feel free to come back up. Feel free to come back up if you want to. Now we're going to talk about the situation between Simone Biles and Jonathan Owens. For those out there that don't know what's been going on with those two, well, here's a clip. Here's a little clip right here to tell you what's been going on with them. Here it is. Fair use, fair use.
How in the hell did you pull Simone Biles?
Man, it's really how she pulled me, man.
Yeah, so she really booked you.
She did, though.
Is what you said.
She pops up, and I'm like, let me see who this is. Gymnastics. I ain't never, I never really paid attention to gymnastics, so I didn't know who she was at the time. But like the first thing that I saw was that she just had a bunch of followers. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, she got to be good. I promise you, when she won the Olympics, I was in college, and we didn't have NBC, we didn't have Olympic channels, and we're in camp. We're in camp, late July, early August. So I'm not paying attention to. So I never would have had a moment to where I would have watched. We couldn't do much as COVID happened, everything was shut down. So she came through down to Houston. She lived in the suburbs, so she had to drive about 45 minutes to me. Then the rest is history, man. So
you was really the catch in.
I always say the men are catch.
And that's what caused people to lose their minds. He says, as men, we are the catch. I mean, is it true that men are women really the catch when it comes to this kind of stuff? I mean, don't get me wrong. Simone Biles is a good catch herself, but as men, are we the catch? That's a good question to ask. You're a woman, you're a good catch, but as a man, I'm the catch. Big difference there. I think that's what Jonathan Owens was getting at. He's the catch. Why? Because he's the one that provides resources, provision, protection, everything that a person needs to survive. So that makes him the catch. He's got something that Simone Biles may want. And plus, he may be an interesting person to talk to. So that would make him the catch. Again, Simone Biles is a good catch in her own right. But the thing is, a lot of people went in on him, especially the so-called sisterhood, went in on this man for saying that. So you don't believe the narrative that women are the catch all the time? That's a problem for the sisterhood. They went in on him, made Simone Biles feel some kind of way. And now we don't know what's going to happen. And by the way, these two got married in April of last year. Did I see that right? It said the caption said they got married April of last year. Let me see if I see it. I'm gonna play it one more time, just for clarity. Fair use, fair use.
How in the hell did you pull Simone Biles?
Man, it's really how she pulled me, man.
Yeah, so she really booked you.
She did though.
Is what you saying?
She pops up, and I'm like, let me see who this is. Gymnastics. I ain't never, I never really paid attention to gymnastics, so I didn't know who she was at the time. But like the first thing that I saw was that she just had a bunch of followers. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, she got to be good. I promise you, when she won the Olympics, I was in college, and we didn't have NBC, we didn't have Olympic channels, and we're in camp. Late July, early August. So I'm not paying attention to, so I never would have had a moment to where I would have watched. We couldn't do much as COVID happened, everything was shut down. So she came through down to Houston. She lived in the suburbs, so she had to drive about 45 minutes to me. Then the rest is history, man. So
you was really the catch in.
I always say the men are catch.
Okay, so for a little recap, they met on some dating app or whatever. Simone Biles made the first text message or whatever. Owens responded, and from what we understand, he had no idea she was an Olympic gymnast, and she drove 45 minutes just to see him. So it's kind of like he booked. That's why dude said he booked her. I'm not sure if you should have said it in that manner, because it made it seem like Biles was just chasing after him, going for him. When I think what she did was she put herself out there to be noticed. Simone Biles put herself out there to be noticed by Jonathan Owens. I can't say she chased him. A simple text message is not so much chasing. That's called making the first move. Now, driving 45 minutes to see this guy is a bit far-fetched, don't get me wrong, but hey, to each his own. So they know each other for damn near 3 to 4 years. They got married just April of last year, from what I understand. But goddamn, how come we just not hearing this? How come no one talk about this until December of December 2023? Wow, that's amazing. So they've been married. They've been married since last April, from what I understand. I think that's something. Yeah. And by the way, Mella, feel free to come back up if you need, if you want to. You're fun to talk to, even though we don't see eye to eye on everything. You're fun to talk to. And if I sound annoyed again, just know this is just how I normally talk. I'm generally a fun-loving person. I try not to sound annoying. I try not to sound like that unless you give me a reason to be. But I'm generally a fun-loving person. You can sense it in my voice sometimes, but it is what it is. Come back soon before the stream ends. Now, as I was saying, back to Simone Biles and Jonathan Owens. Now, Jonathan Owens may see himself as a catch, in my opinion, mainly because maybe in the long run, he had options with other women. I'm pretty sure he met her on Instagram. I'm pretty sure there were plenty of Instagram chicks hitting this man up left and right up, but he could have chosen any of them, but he chose Simone Biles. Maybe she was the best of the bunch. Who knows? We don't know what the situation is between these two. We just know that she made the first move, got his attention, put herself out there to be noticed, and now these two hooked up and the rest is history. And now I guess the sister is giving him a hell for that comment, saying that he's the catch. Well, I guess technically speaking, ladies, if y'all pursuing us and making moves on us, wouldn't that kind of make us the catch? Since we got what y'all want or need or whatever. But what do y'all think in the comments? When it comes to male-female dating interactions, who's more of a catch, the woman or the man? Who is it? Let me know in the comments what y'all think. Who's more of a catch, the woman or the man? But anyways, let's get into this video. Shout out to, what is this, Biffin. This says, Simone Biles break down in tears after her husband says that he's the catch in their marriage. Okay. You think, shouldn't that be a good thing? He says he's the catch. Okay, let's hear what they have to say. Okay, fair use, fair use.
Simone Biles has cried over the drama surrounding her husband, saying he's the better catch in their marriage. This happened after a new podcast episode aired where Jonathan shockingly claimed that he had no idea who Simone was when they met. And he also said that he considers himself the catch in their relationship.
I didn't know who she was at the time, but she came through down to Houston. She lived in the suburbs, so she had to drive about 45 minutes to me. Then the rest is history.
Damn, she drove to him. Okay.
Man, so you was really the catch in. I always say the man the catch, man. I always say the catch.
So you heard it from his mouth. He says men are the catch. So y'all agree with that, ladies? Anybody listening in the back, do y'all agree that as men we are the catch, or y'all ladies the catch? Which one is it? Anyways, fair use, fair use.
Yeah, so she really booked you. She did though.
Yeah, she booked him because she made the first move. I don't have a problem with that. I mean, in a society where men can't even shoot their shots at women without looking like harassment or stalking, I don't see the problem with these females making moves on the men first. I don't have a problem with that. So anyone that's complaining about this kind of stuff, well, you can't blame him for that. Y'all create this world where it says believe all women and she claims she's been stalked or harassed. So now bear the consequences. Now get off your lazy ass and go talk to the men you actually do find attractive. That's the best thing you can do. Instead of sitting there waiting for the man to make a move on you first. How about you be more proactive? That's what you need to do. Be more proactive. That's the way that's gonna have to work. But anyways, fair use, fair use.
You said, I was fighting it. So in truth, if I say this out loud, was Jonathan Owens ain't really want Simone Biles. Is what you're saying. At the time, that's what you're not gonna say that. That's what you're saying. I was afraid. I was afraid to commit. I'm like, this is my third year.
So it's kind of a commitophobe. Well, maybe. I don't know. I understand when come on, let's think about this here, people. When you're a high-profile football player or an athlete of any sport, you do have to be weary of the people you interact with. I understand that part. So maybe that kind of ties in with this fear of commitment. After all, you don't want to be some athlete being approached by some trash female trying to take advantage of you. Same thing with the athletic women getting trash minutes to mooch off of them, because yes, that does happen too as well. So I guess when you're in a limelight like that, you have to be careful who you interact with. So maybe that kind of ties into his fear of commitments. We don't know for sure, but let's continue. Fair use.
I'm trying to, I'm like, it's kind of early.
After this happened, Simone made a comment on Instagram in response to a fan who was complaining about her marriage. In response to this, Simone said, being in the spotlight can be too much sometimes. It makes me cry, man. I never asked for all of this. I'm just a gymnast. I appreciate your support, but sometimes being under this microscope can be too much. Despite...
I can imagine. And by the way, who said that comment? Oh, that's what she said. Okay.
Simone being hurt by what's going on, most fans are still demanding that she breaks up with her husband, and people are saying that her husband is a walking red flag. Fans on social media are incredibly mad over Jonathan's comments about her. Unfair.
Wanna bet it's the sisterhood, right? I bet you it's the goddamn sisterhood that's mad over this shit. They cannot stand the idea of a man having an opinion, let alone being confident in himself. But anyways, fair use.
And said he obviously cannot respect Simone if he would say that in public. He doesn't respect her and he will cheat. Simone, dump him before it's too late.
And I'm betting that it was a female that said that shit. I'm betting it's a female that said that shit. Now, we don't know what the hell is going on between these two. But seriously, if y'all think a man says he's the catch in the relationship, that means he's disrespectful, he's impulsive, he's everything bad. Do y'all really feel that way? Let me know in the comments again what y'all think of this. If y'all listening in back there, do y'all think Simone Biles' husband, Jonathan Owens, was in the wrong for saying what he said on that interview? I mean, she did make a first move, so hey. And some people say the person that's being pursued is really the catch. But then again, you could argue the person that's doing the pursuing may be the catch too, because he's got it going on. And they both got something going on. A gymnast and a football player, so they're both athletic. So hey, let's see what else they have to say. Fair use.
Another fan said, Simone needs to break up with her husband. Who the hell goes on camera saying they're a bigger catch than their wife? I would leave immediately if this happened to me. And
well, another crude comment. And again, I'm going to speculate it was a female because they blocked out her name and face. I'm pretty sure that was a guy saying that they'll maybe cover up his name, but keep his face there. But they hear her face and her name. So I'm speculating it was a woman. I don't know. I'm just saying. But anyways, fair use.
And finally, one more fan said, you're a black athlete and you've never heard of Simone Biles, the black woman who created Olympic history 4 years prior to your dating, who had multiple accolades with ESPN and the ASPs and Time Magazine. You're a bad athlete or a liar for this.
Okay. Who's to say he's lying? He said so he don't keep up with the Olympics like that. And by the way, did Simone Biles know he was a football player? Because if not, it's pretty safe to say neither one of these two keep up with what's going on out there with each other. I mean, you're so preoccupied with your own goddamn sport, you could have time to watch other people's sports. So, hey, we don't know their situation. But y'all make him out to be the bad guy here. I don't know what to make of. This is just crazy. But anyways, fair use, fair use.
This video's comment question, do you think Simone should divorce her husband over him saying that? Is it too big of a red flag to ignore? Before you go, be sure to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe for daily news updates on your favorite celebs. Thanks a lot for watching.
Like, comment, and subscribe, because it's just what the doctor prescribed.
By Swagger. It gives me confidence to catch everything.
Okay. So now some people think that Simone Biles should just break up with this man, divorce this man. I don't know. Because he says he's a catch. I don't know what to make of this. Because in a sense, we men are the catch. We're the one with the resources. We're the one that provide, protect. So why would we call ourselves a catch? Would you rather a man say, how would y'all like it if he said, nah, bro, she the catch in this relationship? It's almost like he's degrading himself as a man when you think about it. For all you married women out there or committed women, period, how would you like it if your husband just said, you're the catch in the relationship? How would that make y'all look and feel? You're the woman. You're the catch in this relationship. I mean, you may be a good catch, yes, but are you the catch in the relationship? That's the real question that needs to be answered right there. Oh, look at me. You may be a good catch in the relationship, but are you the catch in the relationship? That's the $1 million question. Who really is the catch here? Because I can't imagine no dude saying that his wife is the catch in a relationship. That just ain't happening like that. It just ain't happening like that. No. So how can a man be confident in what's in the fact that he's a good catch and what he has. I don't know. I don't know what to make of this. This is man. Some of y'all say he's full of shit. Some of y'all say he's just being a little full of himself. Yeah. But anyways, here's my next video. Oprah Winfrey reacting to Simone Biles' husband saying what he said. By the same content creator. Shout out to Beefin. Same content creator. Let's get into this. Fair use, fair use.
Oprah has shown support for Simone Biles during the backlash that she and her husband are currently getting. Jonathan Owens, the safety for the Green Bay Packers, showed his lack of concern regarding online criticism he received for his previous comments about his marriage to Simone Biles. Jonathan Owens said that he was the catch in their relationship and admitted that he was not familiar with Biles before they began dating. In response to the backlash, Owens shared pictures of their second wedding in Mexico, which took place in May. The caption—
A second wedding? I mean, what is it y'all have? Damn. Y'all had 2 weddings, but y'all money like that? Whatever. Okay.
He wrote underneath read "unbothered," which is an obvious response to the way people have reacted to his comments online. On December 19th, during an interview, he was asked, "How on earth did you pull Simone Biles?" He responded by saying, "I'm like, let me see who this is. I never really paid attention to gymnastics, so it piqued my curiosity."
Yeah. And those of y'all calling him a liar because he didn't know anything about Simone Biles. Ever thought that maybe he doesn't pay much attention to gymnastics like he just said? I mean, you see, he's too busy with his own football career. So how will he have time to watch what's going on in other sports? That ain't got shit to do with football. How would he know? So it's possible. But anyways, fair use.
He went on to reveal that she messaged him on Instagram first. And then he said, "I didn't know who she was at the time, but like the first thing that I saw was that she just had a bunch of followers."
Like you're seeing a lot of profiles on Instagram, yeah.
So in my mind, I'm like, okay, she's got to be good. His comments caused quite a stir online, with people saying that he's arrogant and big-headed. After all of this unfolded, Oprah shockingly showed her support for Simone. Underneath a post on Instagram of Simone's husband saying she's the catch in the relationship, Oprah left a comment in support of Simone and said, "Does he know who he's married to?" Fans have been speculating online whether the sports star is worth Simone's time. One fan tweeted, "He was completely within his rights to say what he said. He doesn't have to pretend to know who someone is to please the public."
And that was a man saying that. Okay, hold on. And this is a guy saying he was completely within his right to say what he said. And I'm guessing that's a guy saying that because yeah, they didn't try to hide his face. They didn't try to hide this person's face. They covered up their name, but they didn't try to hide this guy's face. The other comments, I suppose, came from women because they had their faces hidden away. Always protect our women. Protect our women. Why the fuck y'all need us to protect y'all when you got a whole society protecting y'all? Anyways, fair use.
Another user said, "She deserves better. He's not respecting her feelings and emotions and only cares about himself. There's something about Oprah that I don't like. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I think the support is fake." And last,
it could be, who knows?
One more tweeted, "Who on earth does he think he is? Nobody knows who you are either, so take a seat. I hope Oprah is being genuine with her support. I can't see it being a supportive friendship, but only time can tell."
Yeah, Oprah Winfrey want to show her support, but is Oprah Winfrey being genuine? We don't know for sure because she hasn't been very genuine herself as of lately. Who knows?
This video comment question, do you think Oprah's support is genuine or fake? Before you go, be sure to give this video a thumbs up.
So what do y'all think? Do y'all think that Oprah Winfrey showing support for Simone Biles is genuine or fake? Let me know what you think about that. But until for right now,
like, comment, and subscribe because it's just what the doctor prescribed.
But yeah, that's just something else. That was the last video. Oh man. But yeah, some people think that Jonathan Owens is just being out of control for what he said about her. And I can't even say it was about her per se. I can't even say it was about her. It was more about him. He just said he was the catch. And some people say maybe he shouldn't have said that. Maybe he should not have said that. I don't know. I mean, what's wrong with a man looking at himself as being the catch in a relationship? So I guess it's going to cause a lot of polarizing opinions at this point. But yeah. So the sisterhood really came to her defense in that regard when Simone Biles said what she said. But hey, as a bit of a bonus, let me check out another video dealing with. Okay, here's my last video of tonight before I shut this stream down. And shout out to my homegirl River from River TV. Where the hell you been at, girl? Because of people like you, I just had to start doing my own channel from now on. You inspired me, along with a few others inspired me. But anyways, she's talking about Simone Biles checks women for saying this about her husband. Okay, let's hear what she has to say. And once again, shout out to River. And here's a message for everybody that knows River from River TV.
Like, comment, and subscribe, because it's just what the doctor prescribed.
All right, let's get into this. Fair use.
You know who Simone Biles is?
And shout out to River. Shout out to River TV.
Yeah. Do you know who her husband is?
It's in the NFL.
Yeah, but like, do you know who he is?
No.
Okay.
Exactly.
Do you know who Simone
What's that supposed to mean?
Biles is?
Yeah, the gymnast.
Do you know who her husband is?
He's an NFL player.
Ew.
Do you know who
Okay, so you know who Simone Biles is, but don't know who her husband is.
Simone Biles is?
The Olympian? Yeah.
Okay, so
I know who Simone Biles is too. So what's going on here? Okay.
do you know who her husband is?
She's married?
Yeah,
I didn't know she was married either, so you're not alone.
she's married.
To who?
Some NFL player, I think.
Football player.
Yeah, football player. So you have no idea who she's married to?
Oh.
I think I see what they're doing. Everybody knows who Simone Biles is, but not a lot of people know who Jonathan Owens is. So I guess they're upset at the fact that he calls himself a catch when not a lot of people know who the fuck he is. Maybe that's the message that they're trying to put out there. Nobody knows who the hell you are, but yet you call yourself the catch. Okay, I don't know about that. And not only that, this guy said he didn't know who Simone Biles was. So that's something that they're trying to put out. That's something that they want to put out there too. You don't know. Nobody knows who this guy is, but yet they know who Simone Biles is. Not only that, he had no idea who Simone Biles was, but yet these other everyday Joes knew who she was. So you think that's why they're calling cap on that whole thing? He didn't know who Simone Biles was?
Stop the cap.
No bullshit, bro.
I don't know. I don't know. Is he capping or not? So for Jonathan Owens to not know who Simone Biles is, y'all think he was really capping for real? Or was he just for real that didn't know who the hell she was? But anyway, let's get back into the video. Fair use.
You have so right now on TikTok, you have this whole thread of women. I mean, there is hundreds of videos of women going up to their spouses and asking them if they know who Simone Biles' husband is, and they are trying to record the negative reaction. We saw that the very first woman of the video that I posted just now, you know, she asked her husband, does he know who it is? And he said, yeah, it's an NFL player. Then she changed the tone of her voice and with an attitude and said, but do you know who he is? Forcing that negative connotation out of him so he can say, no, I don't know exactly who he is.
I noticed that too.
Do I have his phone number? Can I call him? No, I can't. Exactly. There is a thread of all these women trying to diminish this man, all because I just want everybody to keep in mind, this is all stemming from the fact that he said that men are the prize.
Right.
So because this man has self-respect, again, because this man has, you know, just was being very authentic about the situation of how the two of them met, all of a sudden he has been, you know, made the poster child of trying to force men to diminish themselves to be with a woman. Women everywhere, okay? It don't matter what they think of you as a person. It don't matter if they like Simone Biles or not. Women everywhere are standing on their soapbox and are trying to force this issue that you guys need to fit into the Disney, you know, fantasy fairy tale mindset that we have been told since we were little girls, whether you men like it or not. And so we're not going to stop until we potentially bring this woman's husband down.
Yep. And once again, that's the sisterhood for you. They're all coming together to bring this one man down. That's what they're doing. They're coming together just to bring this guy down. That's the fucking sisterhood for you. I'm telling you. That's the sisterhood for you. Bringing this man down. Ain't that about some shit? That's what the sisterhood is all about. For the most part, anyway. Bringing this man down. But let's continue. Fair use.
All because he told the truth of how she pursued him. All because of the fact that he said...
Remember, she pursued him. Yeah, right. She pursued him.
When they were dating, you know, he didn't even want to be so serious in a relationship because he wanted to focus on his career.
Not to mention, watch out for them shady fuckers that were trying to exploit him. Yeah.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
His thing about social media is that when the internet thinks somebody is lying, they will always catch them in that lie. And everybody is talking about the podcast interview that Simone Biles' husband did, where he essentially painted her to be a thirsty nobody who chased after him. He said he didn't watch gymnastics, he had no idea who Simone Biles was. And the internet said, hold on, we are not so sure about that. And they went to the tweets and saw that this man was live tweeting the 2012 Olympics. Now, Simone Biles was not on this 2012 team, but
that's all we need to hear. In 2012, he was somewhere, you know, watching the Olympics, was seeing, you know, Gabby Douglas in the Olympics, and was creating tweets based off of what he saw in 2012.
That was 10 years ago.
Was Simone Biles on this team?
12 years ago.
No, she was not. That's a full stop.
That was 12 fucking years ago. Was she doing Olympics back then? But then again, she's 24 now, so 10 years ago, she was like 14 years old. So she had to be like at least 12 years old at the time, back in 2012. Yeah.
If this tweet thread was about Simone Biles, and then he, you know, is now saying that he did not know her, that would be a whole different story. Talking about Gabby Douglas and the fact that he was talking about what he saw at the time, there has been plenty of times that I have sat, as a matter of fact, I'm not even going to talk about myself. I want to challenge women to name football players from in what teams they play for, when they were drafted. I want women to name male Olympians, world champions. I would love for women to, and since women support women so much, I want women to name WNBA Women All-Stars, and I want them to name all of these people without going to Google first.
How much you want to bet they won't be able to do it? I'm just saying.
That's what I want them to do. It's going to be hard for them.
12 team, but Gabby Douglas was. And this man who said he doesn't watch the Olympics, doesn't watch gymnastics, is live tweeting about Gabby Douglas. Talking about Gabby just...
You talking about Gabby Douglas in 2012. That was 12 years ago. Was Simone Biles even doing Olympics back then? He said he didn't know who she was, let alone her existence overall as a person. So maybe that's what he was implying. It ain't so much, but he don't keep up with the Olympics. But he don't keep up with the Olympics much. He just, with the exception of this tweet from 2012. Look at this. This was 2012. That was damn 13 years ago. That'd be 14 years ago. This summer, coming summer. A tweet from over 12 years ago. 11, 12 years ago. 13 years ago. Shit. It's a tweet that's over a decade old, 11, 12 years ago. Now, was she even in the Olympics at that time? Yes, he may have saw this, but whoever this Gabby woman is, I don't know who she is. I don't watch Olympics like that either, but shit. Maybe that's what he was looking at the time in August of 2012. Jesus. That was 11 years ago. Maybe that's what he saw at the time. That don't mean he's not keeping up with the Olympics per se. He just didn't know Simone Biles was at the time. These tweets came out in 2012. I don't know if she was in the Olympics at that time. She's probably still in high school during that time. Who knows? Do they even let high school kids play in the Olympics? I don't know. They shouldn't, but I don't know. Anything's possible, I guess. But anyways, fair use.
Please get her bottom teeth fixed and then her smile will be cool. Excuse me? Like the absolute audacity. So now not only did they catch you lying,
You're talking shit about her. Get them bottom teeth fixed. Oh my God.
actually saying nasty about Gabby Douglas. Talking about your wife's teammate and trying to embarrass your wife on a podcast. You should have just sat on that bench and clapped like you've been doing.
If a woman was, if they went back and pulled up a woman's tweets of her talking about how if somebody grew out a beard, they would be more attractive, or if a certain, man got braces, he'd be more attractive because he watched one Olympic setting or maybe a couple. This man was very blatantly clear with what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Now people can believe he's lying. I don't see why he would have the reason to lie. And she's sitting right there. She knows the truth. She never said he's lying. He did know who I was. He was just making it up. He's saying at the height of her being who she is, at that same exact time, he was not, his college did not have the TV on. It's not like it was just on and the Olympics were on and they were just sitting down and watching it.
Exactly. And I guess Gabby is the first person he saw. Not even sure Simone Biles was even competing back then. Tell you the truth, I don't know, but it is what it is. Come on. Fair use.
He was in training camps. He was focused on doing his own thing, maybe, partying here and there. He was just doing him.
Exactly. So Jonathan Owens said he didn't know who the hell Simone Biles was because he doesn't watch the Olympics. However, they found some old tweets from what was it, 11, damn near 12 years ago of him at the Olympics and saying stuff about Gabby Jones, another female Olympic track star or whatever. So now they're claiming that he doesn't, not only does he lie about know who Simone Biles will, be lied about watching the Olympics. No. That's what they're basically saying. Well, you know what I have to say about that?
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
That's what I say. A part of me believes him when he said he didn't know who she was, because when he went to Olympics back in 2012, was she even competing back then? Now, maybe he exaggerated a bit when he said he don't keep up with the Olympics, because clearly he did 12 years ago. But as far as not knowing who Simone Biles was at the height of her popularity at the Olympics, I probably kind of believes him. I mean, like River just said, this man plays in the NFL. He's constantly on the road, doing games, at the training camp. He probably ain't got time to even watch TV like that. So we don't know his situation. But anyways, fair use.
Now they're taking it verbatim. He said he never, ever watched the Olympics, ever.
Maybe he did embellish a little bit on that.
He never said that.
But he didn't?
This type of behavior will never be normal to me because he says the shit that he says and then he doesn't even say anything endearing about her afterwards. It's like he's trying to humble her. Like, are you jealous that she's a better athlete than you? It's odd. Any man that takes an opportunity around other men to downplay his woman's achievements is a red flag, period.
He never downplayed her achievements.
How did he do that?
You know, a lot of these women should go and watch the entire interview and not the clip. Never did he downplay any of her achievements. And what's interesting to me is that also, again,
well, that's the sisterhood for you.
This man married her. He put he wifed her. I saw a lot of people even saying on my video, well, first of all, it's he who finds a wife, finds a good thing. And at the end of the day,
it's he who finds a wife. And what do you know? He found a wife, goddammit. Oh, sure, she made the first move, but it was him who decided to marry her. He found her to be a good wife. It ain't like she went out looking for a husband. Shit. The way they talk, they act like she was looking for a husband. And like he was out here hunting for a husband. Shit.
A lot of these women are blatantly showing you, are they even wives?
Who knows?
Are they? Because a lot of women have such a strong vengeance against all men. Even the men that they have a potential of being in a relationship with. Is that a wife quality?
No, it isn't.
To not be able to stand your counterpart? To loathe them entirely? To loathe him just because he's a man? To diminish him? A lot of these women are going on and on and on. And again, it's because once they see this man going against the grain, and once it's a potential for other men to see that they can be strong in their masculinity and that they do not have to bend, a lot of women feel very threatened and get very upset about it.
Right.
Oh,
Thank
no.
you,
These men need to be falling at my feet.
Exactly. The second a man is not bowing down to a woman like that, yeah, they got something to say. You can best believe they're going to have something to say. That's the fucking sisterhood for you. That's the goddamn sisterhood for you. It's a crying shame, but it's the reality of the fucked up ass world we live in. These same females you think got your back, no, they're out to get you. And it will come down on any man that makes women feel oppressed, either they don't like the chick. That's the sisterhood for you.
This is the literal man who was crying when his wife was walking down the aisle towards him.
Right. Wow.
Because of his love and admiration for his wife. The problem is that you want him to fan over her for her profession.
Again, feminine.
More than how he looks at her as his wife.
Yep.
She don't have no problem with this. Again, she's clearly stated it. She finds no fault in what this man said. And obviously, since she posted on her Instagram saying that we are locked in for life, she must have known his mindset about relationships and the standards that he sees that they should be in.
Correct.
The man is a leader. The woman is submissive. The this or that, regardless of what you have accomplished. The feminists everywhere are somewhere punching the air.
Yeah, punch in the air. They should go to the gym and punch some punching bags or something. Burn some calories. Yeah.
Riding for somebody who is not riding with you. Y'all are all mad and putting all this stuff on your back for the man that she is going home to lay in the bed with.
Absolutely. Yeah.
How can you possibly be more mad than she is? And this is her husband, and she was there.
Correct.
Obviously, this must be the truth if she was sitting right there.
And she's a good woman overall, so.
If you haven't watched the full interview, you can go back and watch it. I've only watched a 3-minute clip, and as a therapist and honestly as a person, I'm intrigued. Because why would you publicly say that? Because the facts of how they met are the facts. If he didn't know who she was, then he didn't know who she was. But I think there's a way to tell this story that probably would have been a little bit more loving and seemed a little less misogynistic.
This is where this therapist lost me.
Uh-huh.
This is why even women, you know, when you are going through things emotionally, mentally, or whatever in your relationship and you are married or, like I said, in a long-term relationship, you have to be careful of the counsel that you seek. Because even the therapist that you go to, I'm not saying necessarily this woman because I don't know her, but even the therapist that you go to have a feminist mindset that is going to talk you out of your marriage or your relationship because of how they view men as a whole.
Exactly. I forgot that other therapist's name there, but that's been acting a fool, but she's a prime example of that, honestly. But anyways, fair use.
They do not know your husband. It is very important and very vital that when women are going through things in their relationship, that you go to somebody who has both of your best interests at heart. Somebody who's going to challenge you and ask questions. Well, what did you do? Well, what did you say before he said that?
But they're not going to do that, are
Let's
they?
find out, you know, the truth about the situation before I just side with you because you're a woman and so am I. Using the work.
And you would think these therapists would be more in the neutral corner, but a lot of them are always going to side with women.
Misogynistic. She said that what he said seemed misogynistic. Misogyny, the definition is actually the hatred of women.
Did he express any kind of hatred towards her with that comment? I don't think so. He didn't make it seem like he was just hating on her or doing any that kind of stuff. But you know, anything that doesn't make a woman feel good about herself, anything that makes women feel some kind of way is always gonna be considered misogyny. It don't matter what you say, what you do, how you act. If it doesn't make her feel good, it's going to be considered misogyny. Call her out for her bullshit ass behavior and she will call that misogyny. Don't give her what the fuck she want. She's going to call that misogyny. You can be the best version of yourself all you want to, but if she's not benefiting from it, she's going to consider you misogyny because you're not giving her what she wants. You're not catering to her. And that's the whole problem with this whole sisterhood bullshit. It's all about catering to women and degrading our men. But anyways, fair use, fair use.
So because he said that men are the prize, that means he hates women. Because he told the truth. Because she's saying, you know, you could have said this a little bit more fuzzy or a little bit, you know, more, you know, emotional or a little bit more loving.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Of course, a woman would say that. Imagine a woman telling a man how he should think or how he should say things in the guise of a woman.
Like women don't do that already. I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
That's your opinion as a woman. You're putting on your female brain and you want him to put on a female brain and say what he wants to say according to female logic.
And then she'll be complaining when he can't be in his masculinity. Yep, that happens.
The man.
Excuse me.
So because he said men are the prize, because he's telling the truth.
And again, men are the prize because we have the resources and ability to provide and protect. So why should a man be confident in the fact that he is the catch? Why shouldn't he?
Her pursuit of him is a problem. Serena Williams, you know, she did an interview years ago and she was talking about how she met her husband, Alex, I can't remember how exactly to say his last name, so I don't want to say it wrong and be all corrected in the comments. I think it's Ohanahan, but I could be completely wrong. And, you know, he is the founder of Reddit. She went on to an interview and she was explaining how she had no idea what that company was.
She know what Reddit was. That's surprising. But then again, it's almost as surprising as Jonathan Owens. I know who Simone Biles was, even though she's been on TV since last year. But then again, everybody got their own lives. Everybody got their own shit going for themselves. They don't have time to research everything going on in the fucking world. I mean, I know what Reddit is, but I never used it a day in my life, so I'm not sure how it works. I think you go on Reddit just to post stories or content or something like that. I don't know. I've heard of Reddit, but never had a reason to use it. And you're gonna find some people that don't know what that is.
And when he asked her about it, she basically was looking at his face and lying because she did not know what it was, and she was just saying it to sound like she knew what he did, but she really didn't.
Trying to impress the guy. Okay.
Did not receive any backlash.
No backlash. What the fuck?
Nobody found any fault with it because she's a woman and he's the man.
Are you fucking serious? So Serena Williams didn't know this guy worked for Reddit, let alone what the hell Reddit was, and no one gave a fuck. But Jonathan Owens don't know who Simone Biles is, and y'all gonna jump down this man's goddamn throat. Are you fucking kidding me? Seriously? Yeah. Y'all talk about misogyny. This is misandrism at its worst. But we can hate on men. That's right, sister. You can hate on men all you want to, but you can't hate on y'all. But boy. Anyway, it's fair use.
The minute that this man says that he did not know who his wife was at first, people are so upset. Y'all act like he said he don't know who she is now. That was not the question.
Yeah, he didn't know who she was at the time that she DM'd him. They act like he don't know her today. Yeesh, they've been married. They've been married for what? About to go on a year. They've been married since last April. So clearly he knows something about her.
It was before.
Before, not after, before.
Because the way he talked about it seemed like he was trying to humble her, at least as a listener. And that's a pattern in heterosexual couples where the woman is more stereotypically successful than the man.
Again, this is a red flag for me. While you're talking about this red flag and this man, this is a red flag for me. Again, women, be careful of the counsel that you seek.
And
words like misogynistic.
And she's basically implying that he's intimidated by her success as an Olympian. That's a red flag for me. You're trying to upgrade her but downgrade him.
Words like, but this is very common in heterosexual relationships where, the woman is...
This is common in heterosexual relationships.
Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Is more stereotypically successful than the man. Whenever we start making it seem as though a woman's the things that she can obtain and the things that she can conquer professionally makes her a great source or it puts her in a great position to be the best spouse in the world just because of the things that she's accomplished, that's where we're going to find a whole bunch of problems.
Mm-hmm.
There's no difference between you being an Olympian, you being a boss babe or whatever, and you think that because you can obtain certain things that makes you a certain person in a relationship where you are going to be the best person. That's not realistic.
It's not.
How many people do we see achieve great things and in the relationship that's where they're lacking?
Yeah, we see it a lot. They're highly successful and everything else, but can't keep a relationship going. That happens. Fair use.
He did not say that he was a better athlete. He did not say that he was better than her. You guys are the ones who are putting the competition.
Yeah, he said he was the catch. He didn't say he was a better catch than her. Now, did he?
There, it was not there. He never said that. He said in the relationship.
In the relationship, not all walks of life. Preach on, my sister.
Men are the prize.
And that's a fact. Men are the goddamn prize.
I made a statement and I said, what is a man with great leadership skills without a woman who is willing to listen? And a great woman in the wrong hands will ruin her. But there's a very big note to take away from this. You see, a man with great leadership skills without a woman who will listen is still a man with great leadership skills.
Yep, he is.
A woman who is a good woman without anybody around her, it does not mean that she is not a good woman, but where's her covering?
Which you see where's the point that women need men more than men need women. Good take. That's pretty deep.
Where does her leadership come from? Where does her support come from?
She's her own leadership and own support, I guess.
It's like you're naked to the world.
Yep. Thank you, River.
Vulnerable.
Thank you, River.
There's a difference. I don't know why, it's such a problem for a lot of women to understand our differences and that it is okay for your man to be strong in his power. He does not have to be weak for you.
You're right.
This is the Disney fairy tale myth that you guys have been fed, and you still want it to be.
Yeah, men should be simping for their women. No, it doesn't work like that because women don't like fucking simps. I don't care how Christian or religious she is. She doesn't like a fucking simp who places more value on her and less value on himself. Come out of that mindset, people.
True, even though it has been proven time and time and time again that it is not.
Right.
Wake up.
Please wake up.
When really successful women have male partners, sometimes the men try to humble and publicly humiliate them. And I feel like that's how this interview is landing. Because
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
I really find it hard to believe that he didn't know who she was, even if he didn't watch gymnastics, simply because the Black community supports and uplifts Black excellence. So as a Black person, you do not have to watch sports to know who record-breaking Black athletes are, because we're going to celebrate it regardless. Like,
I do not know every single, and maybe this is my bad, but this is my truth. I do not know every single Black.
Yeah, she said you don't have to necessarily watch sports because we're going to uplift Black excellence no matter what. Well, can't that excellence come in other forms besides sports? We're always going to uplift Black excellence. Yes. But shit, you can't expect men to just keep up with everything that's going on as far as what's excellent. Whether it be politics, whether it be in the science field. If it's a Black person, we're going to uplift it. But we're not going to keep up with every goddamn thing going on. So because you don't watch, because you don't keep up with what's going on in the sports world, it's no excuse for you not knowing who Simone Biles is. Because you don't know who Simone Biles is because you don't watch sports. And whether you watch sports or not, there's no excuse for not knowing who Simone Biles is because we support her Black excellence. I don't buy into that. There is no excuse for you not knowing who Simone Biles is, even though you don't watch sports like that. Because we're going to always support and uplift Black excellence. I don't believe in that. No. I mean, yes, we're going to support Black excellence, but come on. You can't expect everybody to know every fucking athlete out there. You can't expect everybody to just know every athlete off rip. Because Simone Biles is an African-American female athlete, you expect just Jonathan Owens to just off rip know who the fuck she is because we support Black excellence. Don't always work that way. Yes, he went to one Olympic game, but that was 12 years ago, and she wasn't even playing 12 years ago. Because I can speculate anyway. So how can you say that? I can't list every athlete out there. I love basketball, but I can't name every basketball athlete out there. If I find out that you play for the Chicago Bulls, I'm like, wham, damn, that it's a shock to me. That's a very shock to me. We're going to continue to support Black excellence, but don't expect everybody to be aware of everybody's Black excellence off rip unless they do their research. You got to consider that. Okay, it's fair use.
Record-breaking athlete. I'm being really honest with you. Before this,
and by the way, I didn't know who Simone Biles was either until last year when she competed for the Olympics, or the year before that, whatever time it was that she was in the Olympics. That's when I found out who she was. Shit.
I had seen her face before, and I knew that she was an Olympian. I did know that. I did not know to what magnitude. I'm being honest with you. I researched it after. I did not know.
Correct.
I had no idea. You can see somebody on social media. You might scroll and you might see a post here and there. I cannot sit down and put my hand out there. And again, I want to see women name some championship like basketball players, and I'm gonna take it past basketball. I'm gonna say football players who they know. What's his name? Who he played for? How many championships he done won? I want to hear people say it.
You know they won't be able to do that.
And again, since we're talking about women supporting women, I want them to name WNBA stars.
I've never watched golf. I knew who Tiger Woods was growing up.
I knew Tiger Woods was growing up too, but I'm not a big fan of golf. Just saying.
I don't watch tennis, but Venus and Serena, you don't have to watch the sports to know the people, especially if they're Black. So
especially if they're Black. Really? That sounds, I don't know if that sounds racist or not. You don't have to necessarily watch the sport to know who people are. Just to a degree. I somewhat agree with that, but come on. I don't expect everybody to watch a certain sport. Like she said, she don't watch tennis, but she know who really the Venus sisters are. I don't watch golf, but I know who Tiger Woods is. I'm not a big fan of NASCAR racing. I know who Jeff Gordon is. But at the same fucking time, I don't expect everybody to know that. I don't expect everybody who subscribes to sports to just know that off rip, especially if they're not a fan of such a sport. They act like Simone. There's no excuse for Jonathan Owens not knowing who Simone Biles is because she's so celebrated for being an Olympian. He went to one game 11 years ago. He probably went back since then. So we don't know this man's situation. He's busy with football. And who's to say he even watches the Olympics except for that one time 11 years ago? Shit. Okay, let's continue.
If he didn't originally know who she was.
You name people that you grew up with. Tiger.
Yeah, you name people, athletes. I grew up with Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen from the Chicago Bulls. I can name them all for, but they're people I grew up with. Yeah.
Woods, Venus and Serena. These are long-time people that you grew up with.
Correct.
During the highlight of her career, he was doing something else and not watching it.
Right.
I'm going to be honest with you. I did not know who she was for sure in the highlight of her career. I do not watch the Olympics. If it comes on, I might watch it. If I happen to catch it, but it is not something that I sit down and say, yes, I want to watch the Olympics. I'm being honest.
And I appreciate your honesty, River.
He made it very clear. And again, what would be his reason of lying? And also, she was right there. If that was a lie, she would have said it.
Absolutely. That's right. She was at the interview with him, and she didn't have no reaction to that. So, yeah.
She didn't say that.
Preach on, my sister.
A lot of women are taking it upon their head to push this narrative that he is just some liar, misogynistic, trying to humble his wife, make her look thirsty fool. Like they are painting the picture.
I'm sure he looked her up and then found out who she was. And that he could have shared in the interview in a nicer way. Like, I don't watch gymnastics, so I wasn't too familiar with her, but then I looked her up and wow, she was so impressive. She won all these medals, these awards. I saw her routines and she was amazing. I was so impressed. I had to get to know her.
And again, this is a woman telling a man how he should have said things in a feminine way, how a woman's mind.
So in other words, be a soft-spoken feminine man. It's something that women do not find attractive. Blah! Oh boy.
Things, right? And I'm just going to guarantee that if he would have said that in that manner, you would have had a thread of women in the comments. Oh, so he looked her up and he saw who she was, and that's the only reason why he got with her, because he a gold digger.
A gold digger.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
So instead of trying to say the politically correct thing, tell the truth. Just tell the truth. Because then it would have painted him in a way that's not true. Again.
You see how that's a completely different story than I didn't know who she was on me like that. Come on now. You want to celebrate and uplift your partner. Even if they were the person that was interested first, you were interested back. Like,
and did he make that clear?
He really made it seem like she dragged him through a relationship.
She did not say that shit. Woman, you fucking crazy. Yeah, she made the first move, but he didn't make it seem like, oh, she was hunting him down. Yeah, she got at him first, but shoot, he responded. What's the problem? The way y'all molded society to where men can't even shoot their shots in the conventional sense anymore. Why the fuck y'all complain about a woman shooting her shot at a man? I don't get it. Why? If that's what worked, that's what fucking works. But to sit up here and say he's being misogynistic because he's confidently and blatantly admits that he's the catch without degrading his wife, you want to say he's the fucking problem? Seriously? Oh boy.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Which is why it felt really uncomfortable to watch. Then we add the additional layer of her not only being a Black woman, but being an athletic Black woman, which we know how Black women are scrutinized in society and in the media. We're literally directly and indirectly told that Black women are the least desirable people to date.
I wonder why.
The least attractive based off of society standards.
I wonder why.
And here you are, a Black man married to one of the most successful Black athletes of our time. And you're saying you didn't know who she was and she basically convinced you to be with her?
Convinced him to be with her.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
He said convinced him to be with
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
And as far as Black women being undesirable, we all know why. They'd rather be on the streets, thotting it up, racking up bodies and stuff like that. So they diminished themselves from being marriage-minded. Jonathan Owens got himself a good woman. So he found a Black woman out of the millions and millions that's at least desirable and very decent looking. So how you gonna downgrade the man for that? Ugh.
Why would you publicly say that? Like, I'm just really confused. And this is where the therapist in me is also intrigued, because how we talk
you need fucking therapy
about our partners is usually reflective of how we feel about them and how we feel about our relationship in one way or another. So the fact that he was talking about the relationship in this way, and she was smiling, grinning, blushing, agreeing with it, and didn't seem bothered by his comments, that's telling me that maybe they share viewpoints. And if she was the person that was pursuing him, pursuing the relationship, maybe even pursuing marriage, then maybe she shares that viewpoint that he is the catch. He can believe he's a catch. I think we should all believe we're catches. However, in public conversations, when we are talking about a relationship, we're talking about our partners, it's a little off-putting to describe ourselves as the catch of the relationship because it's demeaning. It really demeans our partners when we speak like this. Because it would have been...
Is it demeaning? That's a matter of opinion. I don't know. Because if you, how would you like it again? How would you like it if a man told you, "Oh, you're the catch," or "I'm not a catch"? Ain't nobody gonna do that. Nobody knows with no self-respect gonna do that shit. But anyway, it's fair use.
And really easy for him to say, "Oh, you know, I didn't watch the Olympics. I don't really follow gymnastics, so I didn't know who she was. But when I saw her swipe up on me, you know, I looked her up and oh my God, she was such a good gymnast. She was so amazing. I was so impressed with her. I had to get to know her."
And that's what really happened. Yeah.
To know each other. And I was honestly afraid to commit. Like, I wasn't really ready for that at that stage of my life, but I really fell for her. And
he's a football star. He got to focus on his career. So, of course, he's a bit afraid. What you expect?
She's just so amazing. She's such a catch. And we ended up getting together, getting married, and the end is the exact same story with a whole different way of describing it. And it just felt a little bit warmer and fuzzier. So I don't know. What did you guys think about the interview?
That's the problem. You trying to make it sound warm and fuzzy, and he just telling you the truth.
Right.
Because he basically said all those exact things that you just said.
Exactly.
But you want to feel the warm and fuzzy. You want to feel the, oh, but is it what it is or is it not what it is? The main people who are making this interview and blowing it way out of proportion, you're saying, well, as a Black woman, they said it was the least desirable, and then he did this, and you created that whole story. Because nobody said that. Women know, like women who are used to being in the presence of or in a relationship or who grew up around masculine men are going to have no problem with what this man said. Women understand that a man who has that level of self-worth, to be honest, does not even need to be with nobody.
Correct.
They could be one band, one sound.
Absolutely.
All by themselves.
Absolutely. Thank you, River. I'm not going to play the rest of the video because we're at the 4-hour marker, but that. Okay, I see nobody else is coming up and we're at the 4-hour marker. So time to shut the stream down. Anyways, my final thoughts, the sisterhood, depending on how you look at it, it could be some of your closest girlfriends or just a bunch of random women that just band together to fight for a common cause. The sisterhood can be a lie. Because them same females you think are your friends will be the same ones sabotaging your relationship, telling you a bunch of bullshit that's gonna make you undesirable. Like they say, other single women will keep other women single. So yeah, that's the true fact. They will tell their girlfriends whatever the fuck they want to hear to make them feel good, knowing damn well that men are not gonna find that desirable. Knowing it's not gonna happen. So they'll do that. They'll band together to come down on a man, but at the end of the day, they don't like each other like that. They're out only for themselves. That's it. That's the bottom line. That's the best way to sum it up. These chicks are simply out for themselves. That's the only way to sum that up. These bras are simply out for themselves. And as far as Simone Biles is concerned, as far as this Simone Biles situation is concerned, yeah, I don't see too much wrong with it. I mean, I say too much because I can see how it's kind of off-putting when he said what he said, because sit there and say you're the catcher, like you're saying you're better than me, that I'm less than you. But based on the context of how he said it, I didn't see too much of a problem, because he didn't say it in a way to diminish his wife. He said it in a way to uphold his position as a man in the marriage. But the sisterhood will always look at a man having standards and being confident as always being a negative thing. And that crazy therapist said, well, he didn't know who Simone Biles was. And in her fucked up ass mind, it's like, there is no excuse for you not knowing who Simone Biles is, because she's all over the news. She's all over the TV. There's no excuse for you not knowing who she is. Well, we don't know what Jonathan Owens got going outside of his football career. We don't know what the hell this man got going on. So, hey, who's to say he keeps up with this stuff every day? And yes, we had some tweets talking about he went to an Olympic game talking about Gabby Jones. That was from 12 years ago. I would say 11 years ago. But Simone Biles wasn't there at the time. And he went to one game. That doesn't mean he watched the Olympics on a regular basis. I mean, look at me. I watch basketball and football and baseball, combat sports on a regular. So, of course, I know who some of these athletes are. I watch that stuff damn near religious. I'm not going to say religiously like I used to, but I still get into it every now and then. So I know a couple of the athletes. There was a time where I would watch basketball, baseball, UFC, and boxing and and baseball religiously, so I knew most of the athletes. But she make it seem like you should automatically know who Simone Biles is, whether you're a sports enthusiast or not. I'm a sports enthusiast too, but I look at certain sports. Maybe the Olympics ain't my thing. You ever thought about that? Maybe Jonathan Owens doesn't subscribe to the Olympics like he does football. Ever thought about that? Just because I know who Simone Biles is because I see her on TV, I don't expect everybody else to know that. I don't expect everybody to know that. If he had to say that to me, I'll be like, damn, boy, you know who Simone Biles is? Bruh, that's Simone Biles, famous Olympic track star. You know who she was? That'll be my response. Instead of looking at you like you some idiot that can't think for himself. Because I don't expect everybody to know off rip who she is, especially if you don't watch TV like that. I know motherfuckers that ain't got cable at home. But then again, we got social media. So I guess you could look at that. YouTube, Instagram, she's all over that stuff too. But it is not my place to downgrade someone for not knowing who a famous person is. Again, if Jonathan always told me he didn't know who Simone Biles was, I'll be like, how you not know who she is? He said, I met this girl off Instagram. I see a picture. Bro, that's Simone Biles right there, the Olympic track star. Boy, you lucky. That's how I would probably react to that. You don't have to know sports to know who Simone Biles is. But maybe people don't. Maybe people got other things going for themselves that they don't get a chance to watch it. And like River said, I bet you half of these broads can't even name some pro athletes off rip if they're claiming that they watch certain sports like that. Can you name a football or basketball player without having to Google them? I know I couldn't do it because I'm kind of rusty with that shit. I ain't gonna stun on it, but hey, it is what it is. They couldn't be able to do that. They would not be able to do that. But the sisterhood came for his ass. They really came for his ass. Especially that crazy chick, that crazy therapist. But anyways, this was an interesting show, y'all. But I got to get up out here. It's past the 4-hour mark. I got to get up early tomorrow morning. Thank y'all for tuning in to my show. First, let me give a shout out goes to Mella. Got something to tell ya. I want to be your one and only fella. Shout out to Centico. Unpredictable. You're always at your pentacle. And a special shout out goes to Angela C. How you be? You are Discord's top tier MVP. Yeah. That's the way we do it up in here. And put this message out one more time before I dip.
Like, comment, and subscribe because it's just what the doctor prescribed.
Well, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. This is Hustler and Muscular, also known as H&M, dropping some gems, stomping harder than a pair of Timbs. Take care, y'all.